How many do we have?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk Beck, can we please get a roll call?
Mayor Tapia Vega,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnes,
Good evening.
Councilor Bollier,
Here.
Councilor Friedland, Councilor Gallegos,
Good evening.
Councilor Gianola,
Here.
and Councilor Jensen.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to excuse Councilor Friedland.
We have a motion to excuse Councilor Friedland.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. Great. Thank you all for joining us tonight, for being here. In a typical city council meeting, this is the time when we typically go to public input and we give you the chance to speak to us. We will get right to that, I promise, but we're changing things tonight just ever so slightly. As a council, we believe that there was something we need to address up front and just make sure everyone gets a chance to hear it. So there's only one quick agenda item before we move on to public input, and that is Agenda Item A, under council appointments, which is the confirmation of the cemetery subcommittee. I will, of course, give the opportunity for the other member of this subcommittee, as well as every other member of council, to address the city and to kind of speak as to why we are doing this and why we are formalizing this tonight. But before we do, just a little bit of background from me and my thoughts. Just, again, I will try to be brief. I believe that over the last few years, and likely longer than that, definitely this council and the last council, likely a lot of councils before that, we've had to grapple as a city with a unfortunate and somewhat uncomfortable reality, which is the fact that we will, at some point, whether it's 2026 or 2036, have to make a decision about the future of our cemetery. I don't know what that decision is today, and I don't know what that decision will look like, and I don't know when that decision will come. But I think everyone agrees that at some point in the future, whether that's the near future or decades from now, there will have to be a decision made about our cemetery. There was a lot of work already done on this, and I do want to shout out our staff because there has been years of work going into this, and there has been plenty of consultants and analysis and studies done around the cemetery, and recommendations brought forth, and even a recommendation that came before this very council about a month back. But the one thing that was made clear was from our community, from you all, that that was not the answer at that time. And being that we are representatives of this city, and being that we are people who want to do the best for our city and want to stand by our residents, at the time, we heard you, and we continue to hear you, and we appreciate you coming to us and letting us know. And the most beautiful thing to me is the fact that that is still the form of government we have. It's a form of government where people get to speak and their voices are heard, and our representatives, being us in this case, get to act upon the wishes of our people. So thank you for making your voice heard. The conversations continued as weeks went on, and of course, hearing you all come to our city council meetings made an impact, a great impact upon every single one of us. And in having those conversations and speaking to residents, I know most of members of this council, including myself, walk the cemetery with Mr. Archuleta. We want to understand exactly what it is that's going on in our cemetery. We want to have a good sense of understanding before any decisions are made. And in doing so, our city manager had what I think is an incredible idea, which is a subcommittee. A subcommittee is a small committee of a couple councilors, in this case it will be 2 councilors, who are tasked with simply understanding the issue, and ultimately, at some point when we feel like we have what we need, and we feel we've engaged enough, and we've heard enough, and we've learned enough, we will come with a recommendation to the rest of council. We do this a lot. Currently, there is a vacancy on our planning commission, and there's 3 councilors that will take on a subcommittee to interview the applicants and then bring a recommendation towards city council. So it's a pretty regular thing, but in this case, we wanted it to be specific about the cemetery. So that is what we will do. I will say, at our last workshop, the recommendation that was brought forward, I think it was by our mayor pro tem, was that the 2 members of the subcommittee should be Councilor Bollier and myself. And not only am I honored to be recommended, I'm happy to do the work. So that is where we are. We will tonight be formalizing a subcommittee to try to understand and to hopefully find the best path forward for the cemetery that means so much to every single one of us. Again, I know I'm speaking on, but I just have to say a few more things before I let the rest of my council speak, and of course, my partner in our subcommittee. This is a difficult issue. This is not an issue that is going to have easy solutions, and it certainly is not an issue that we can fix overnight. This is going to take some work. It's going to take a lot of engagement. It's going to take us speaking to you, hearing from you, understanding from you. But there's been a few things said here and there that I just want to kind of level set and make things clear. There's been comments made about how staff and council are divided, and there's recommendations being brought forth. I just want to make it clear once and for all, staff, council, and everyone who works for the city of Lafayette in any way, we are united in this issue. And we want the same thing, which is the best thing for our city. We want to make sure that whatever step we take next, whatever that may be, is what our city deserves and what our residents need. That is what we're here for, and that is what we promise we will do. The last thing I will say is that when I ran for city council and then ultimately for mayor, I said one thing to many of you, and it's something that reigns true and rings true today, which is that I will never lie to you. I'm not a politician, at least not a good one. I am just a kid from Lafayette who grew up to just live the honor of his life, which is representing you and being the mayor of the city that I love. So I will never lie to you. And with that, I will say I cannot promise the world. I cannot promise that this solution will be something that will serve absolutely everybody, because I don't know what the solution is. And more importantly, I will say the most honest thing is that there will be some uncomfortable realities that we may have to grapple with as a city. Not just this subcommittee, not just this council, but the city as a whole. This is a very old cemetery, and there's a lot of sentimental value there for all of us and everyone who grew up here and everyone who lives here. But it may be difficult, and at times there may be hard decisions ahead. So I just want to thank you again for your engagement with us. Thank you for making your voice heard, and we're looking forward to getting to work and ideally finding the right solution for our city. And with that, I do want to turn it over to Councilor Bollier, who is, again, my partner on this subcommittee.
Thank you so much, Mayor. It is an honor to serve on this subcommittee. Echo and agree with everything the mayor put on the table. A couple additional thoughts. First and foremost, we've recognized many of the faces in this room because we've heard from you over the past month, and it's been a privilege to hear from you. And as the mayor noted, the pain and anger and frustration that you shared with us are legitimate, and we empathize. And so part of the reason for standing up this subcommittee is in order to have a dedicated, focused effort, since we have, as you'll see on the agenda, a wide variety of city business to run. But this issue is so important and so impactful and so meaningful that it requires a relentless, dedicated effort separate from normal council meetings. And that tees up the June 10th community dialogue. From 6:30 to 8 p.m. on June 10th at the Lafayette Public Library, we invite everyone in this room, everyone you know, everyone you can find to come for a community dialogue. We have hired professional facilitators and mediators to facilitate this discussion. This will not be a meeting where you are informed what's what and sent on your merry way. It will be a discussion and a dialogue where we hear from you, where we learn from you, you learn from each other, and we can potentially explore some solutions or paths forward. As the mayor said, there's no easy answers to this. And so something that we've said in the previous meetings is decisions were taken in the 1980s and 1990s regarding the cemetery that we are currently dealing with. And so while none of us here made those decisions, we are taking ownership for addressing the issue with the utmost urgency, transparency, and compassion. As the mayor said, that doesn't mean we're going to solve it 100% or get exactly what we want, but we are going to be as forthright with you as we possibly can as we navigate this difficult issue. And we're going to do that through the subcommittee and through a series of dialogues. This June 10th meeting, again, June 10th, the Lafayette Public Library, 6:30 to 8 p.m. That will be the first in a series of dialogues with you because this issue is so important. You know, I was talking with my mother earlier today, and it struck me. She said something to the effect of, there is nothing that articulates a community's character more than how they take care of their elders. And so we want to do right by you, right? We want to do right by our elders. You know, when the state archaeologist made her recommendation and made that office's recommendation, which came from a good place, whether we agree or not that it came from a good place, there was no associated playbook. There was not a recipe for us to follow in order to resolve the remaining cemetery plots. And so what we're going to do through this subcommittee, through this council as a community, is we're going to write that playbook together. And so that June 10th community dialogue, we will ask for your help, your assistance, your guidance as we write that playbook together. There's a wide variety of materials that we have made publicly available. There's some more that will be forthcoming in order to illustrate the depth of the problem, the challenge. But we really want to be as urgent and transparent and compassionate with y'all as possible, which brings me to the last point. I think it's very important to own up when you make a mistake. And so while there is tremendous work and character and effort on behalf of fellow councilors and city staff, my personal perspective is we could have handled the past month better. And I'm sorry for that. I'm truly sorry for that. But going forward, let's look at this subcommittee and the June 10th dialogue as a reset where we try to recalibrate and reframe this relationship and this challenge and navigate this together with you. So thank you so much for coming out tonight. We look forward to hearing your public input. I'm going to turn back to the mayor and fellow councilors, but it's a privilege to navigate this issue, even while it is very challenging. And we thank you for your patience and your understanding. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to open the floor up just to other members of council. They want to speak on this particular issue. Councilor Gianella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll also echo everything that the mayor and Councilor Beaulieu said, and I agree with you all wholeheartedly. This is a difficult issue. I'm glad we're dealing with it. Mistakes have been made in the past, and we're here to do our best. I think it's useful to, quelch a couple of things that have been, I've seen spoken in the community, I've heard spoken in the community that just aren't true. At this council meeting, we are not, it's not up for discussion whether we are closing the cemetery. That is not on the agenda for today. That is not on the agenda for any future council meeting, as far as I'm aware. I saw something in the community that said the council is going to close the cemetery on June 30th. That is a nonsense topic. That is just not up for a vote. It's not on our agenda. It's a rumor that's out there that is untrue. And so I thought is useful for the community to know. The current status is we have this June 10th meeting, and that's the next step. We don't have any other steps beyond that right now. The mayor and Councilor Beaulieu are going to discuss this among themselves as a committee. I believe, are you going to engage and be at that June 10th meeting?
Absolutely.
As the council representatives, yeah. But beyond that, nothing is firm or, even up for discussion at this time. But we do value all your comments. I've talked with a number of community members about this topic, and I recognize the passion and the issues and the questions and the confusions and the concerns. And I do want to, admit that problems were made in the past. This was, not created by us, but was created by the city. And we're here to try to do our best to address it and fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other members of council? Great. Just to make sure we formalize, we will want to take formal action tonight, so if we could please have a motion.
I move to form a subcommittee to address the cemetery issues and to appoint Mayor Tapia Vega and Councilmember Beaulieu to that committee.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on this issue? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. With that, we will now move on to public input. Thank you so much for allowing us just to get that out of the way, but we believe it was very important. So, as with typical public input, if you would like to speak, please fill out one of the speaker forms. They're in the back through those glass doors. When you do come up, please, just for the record, state your name and address before you begin speaking, and then you will have 5 minutes to speak. While you have 5 minutes to speak, just remember there's a little clock in front of you, so in the interest of just fairness and making sure everybody gets the exact same amount of time, interest of equity, I will be asking you to stop at 5 minutes, but again, you don't have to try to guess how long 5 minutes are. The clock is right in front of you. And with that, we will begin tonight. Actually, one more thing. If you are not here but wish to address council, you can also do so online. That phone number is posted on our website. With that now, we'll begin tonight with Denise Walker.
That's what I get for coming in late. I'm just here to put in a brief plug for the World Elder Abuse Proclamation that you're going to be presenting later on. And just add to that the fact that a lot of people aren't aware that in Boulder County, Adult Protection Services is akin to Child Protection Services, and that is available. So if anyone is aware of a friend, neighbor, person, anyone who's actually 18 or older that can't make their own, can't make meaningful decisions on their own behalf, but particularly older adults, if you have any concerns at all for them, there's a phone number for reporting. There's someone who can take your information and process that 24/7, and that number's 303-441-1309. And I just want to add that bit of awareness to the community, understanding that elder abuse is a real thing. It happens, and if anybody's aware of, or even concerned that something like that might be happening, make the call and then let the folks who know this best help you out. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Frank Archuleta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Justice, fairness, reality, the truth, and evidence. Right now, for the record here, this letter right here was from the Human Rights Commission, basically to Monty Stevenson and also to council here to shut down Potter's Field in the cemetery. They were digging up babies there, and what happened here throughout the years, they buried other people there, okay? And you all have the letter right here. Council, you must not pass Resolution 2613. If passed, it would be a crime against humanity. As a public servant, you must be on the right side of history for the 270 plot owners if they want to have a casket burial. As I have stated before, the Lafayette town clerks in the past did not record the burials in the West Potter's Field and the 100 heading plots in the East Potter's Field. Democracy, social justice, under constitutional rights and law. Town clerks were required to record all burials. Colorado state law enacted in 1912. Burial laws enacted in 1907, 446. Saxons endorsed permits to keep all burial records. Also, persons in charge of any premise shall return all permits endorsed to the local registrar, which is the town clerk, and they failed to keep individual burial records as required by state law in 1907. They did not record the East Potter's Field and also the West Potter's Field. Colorado State Statute 1921, 446. Burial permits in Colorado State Statutes. Section, in 1941, Section 114, the local registrar or the clerk shall be in charge with the duty of finding all permits and return him to endorsed by the Saxon and return to the Boulder County clerks. Death registrations and death certificates were required in Colorado around 1906. Historical information on what is legal and what is not legal when it comes to burial process comes from the Physician Packet, a reference to the international list of cause of death, United States Department of Commerce. Council in town and city made a big mistake in the past by not recording the west and east Pottersville area. Do not make another mistake by not allowing the 270 plot owners, if they want to, have a casket burial. Respect, justice must prevail for the senior citizens of Lafayette here. The community members and families who own these burial plots are veterans, commanders of ex-VFW, ex-mayors, council members, Lafayette town clerks, fire members, government members, union members, city employees, businessmen, church families, Catholics, Methodists, Baptists, Cold War patriots, ex-newspaper families, construction workers, Rocky Flats AEC, Atomic Energy Commission workers, Gold Star mothers, and many more families that deserve this. There's also miners and also farmers' families here. Staff and council, what about humanity, dignity, the value of respect and loyalty and dedication to the citizens who own the 270 plots? The effect on health. The families of the owners of the plots are also suffering tremendously, emotionally, with pain and misery and hardship because of this cemetery issue. Council, you must not pass Resolution 2613. Now, according to the city map there are over 300 availabilities in the city, still. The 270, and there could be up to 48 city plot owns. I know this is a hard issue and all that, but yet justice must be served for all these people here. It's not only affecting these people here, it could be 2,000 people. Every family has at least 10 family members. The whole city is outraged right now, what's transpired here. If only the clerks would have took the records years ago, and because of the Ku Klux Klan, they didn't want to do it, and I gave you two scenarios. The clerk's office was at the 200 block of Simpson Street, Hennings was down about the 600 block. All they had to do was go down there and get the records through all those years. Or, Henny did not give them to them. One of the two, and we don't know that, but still, it was a state law, basically. Now, as far as the state archaeologist, she was only in that cemetery for 3 days, down in the Potter's Field area down there. Sure, they're going to hit something. They didn't have the records. That should not demoralize all these families right here, as far as not to have the opportunity, if they want to have the casket burial here. This has affected so many people, council, so many people. I have been getting phone calls day and night on this issue since the beginning. My research is deep, very deep on all this here. I'm perhaps maybe the last person alive that knows more about that cemetery than anybody else living. I have researched it thoroughly over and over and over again. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Gertrude Garcia.
Hang on, wait a minute.
There's no microphone, just speak right here.
Okay.
Do I speak or do you speak?
No, you can speak. You can begin.
Okay, you got you.
Go ahead.
You can't hear very well. Go ahead. Mom.
Whenever you're ready, you can
Go ahead, Mom. You can speak now.
My name is Gertrude Garcia. I live in Westminster, Colorado.
You can begin speaking, ma'am.
Excuse me?
You can begin speaking.
I can't hear you.
No, just
What'd I
keep
say?
talking. Just keep talking. What you
Oh,
want to say?
you want me to say what I came here to say? Okay. When I first heard what was going on between the city of Lafayette and the Lafayette Cemetery, I could not believe it. I could not believe it. I have lived in Lafayette almost all my life. My husband has lived in Lafayette. We were married in Lafayette. We went to school in Lafayette. My 4 children were born in Lafayette.
Lafayette is our hometown. And to have somebody tell me you cannot be buried in your coffin, where my husband is buried in his coffin, and I want to be buried next to him. I was married to him for 65 years. Now, don't you think I have a right to be buried next to my husband? Come on. Don't you think I have a right to be buried next to my husband? I just don't know, I don't know how to explain the way I feel right now. This is just an awe for me. I just can't believe what certain people are trying to do to us, to say, you have to be cremated, or you have to go to another cemetery. We don't want you here. Go to another cemetery. Now, come on. What kind of people are you to think like that? I hate to raise my voice, but I am definitely disgusted, and I want to be buried next to my husband. We went to City Hall 55 years ago and bought our plots. And our plots are right off a baseline. You go into the main gate, the first two plots on the right-hand side are our plots. Now tell me, who could be buried there without people not knowing? This just doesn't sound right to me. I do not believe in cremation. My family does not believe in cremation. None of my family has ever been cremated. And I don't want to be buried in God only knows where. You know, that's just not right. That's just not right. I know Lafayette is having a problem with their cemetery on the northeast side. Does that cover the whole cemetery? Does that mean everybody at the cemetery has to do what a few people want them to do? Get cremated or get out of here? Go to another cemetery. No, that is completely wrong. That is against my religion, against my family religion. My mother, my father, my grandparents, everybody, all my relatives are buried in Lafayette. Nobody is cremated. When we made that purchase at the City Hall to buy our plots, we paid for them. That is our plots. That does not belong to the city. That is our land. That is our plots. So I don't know why somebody comes and say, oh no, you have to be cremated. You have to get out of here. Go to another cemetery. You can't be buried next to your husband that you were married to for 65 years. Now let me ask you a question. If your loved one passed away and you had a plot right next to them, would you want to be buried next to them for the rest of eternity? You know, this is very, very stressful. I have never been under so much stress. I am 91 years old. I don't have that much time on this earth. I'm 91 years old, and I don't want people making decisions of where I'm going to be buried. When I have my own plot, I paid for it, it is mine. That's all I got to say. That's it.
Thank you.
Huh?
What's your
Next, we'll hear from Ernest Garcia.
You know, growing up in Lafayette, when it was a small town, it was so peaceful. Everybody got along at my time growing up there. There's no real bad racism at the time. It's fading away. Everything was really good. But I know the past, what's happened in Lafayette back in the early part of the century. And it was bad. It was bad. But at my age, growing up, it seemed like everything cooled down and everything's nice. And everything about Lafayette was really nice growing up. All the younger kids my age then were in sports, Little League, everything. The city did good to make baseball fields, everything. Everything was great, you know? And I knew growing up one of the most sacred parts of the city was our cemetery. It really was. Because we've had a lot of relatives, a lot of friends. Everybody else that we knew has been buried there that have died. Now, to have some remains found at one time down in like the Potter Field area to close the whole cemetery down when we've never had trouble anywhere with any of my relatives or friends, family ever being buried, finding remains until recently. This has been going on. And to stop the whole procedure is wrong. And growing up in Lafayette, it just seemed like one of the best things was, the most sacred thing was in this town was the cemetery besides our churches. You know, and to see it falling apart in modern day without a solution, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with all of us, you know, to not understand our own souls where we want to be buried, or your own souls, where would you like to be buried? Maybe you want to be buried next to your families. Maybe not, you know? I mean, some people, their kin are buried across the country, but that's their individual choice, you know? Here in Lafayette, like I said, growing up, it was a close-knit community. So something has to be done with this and not wait and go through this and that and this and that. Make a decision, you know? If it doesn't pass, we'll go from there, you know? But to keep the peace and the soul of the people in cemetery, pass it. You know, if they find somebody remains or something, there's always options. Other cemeteries do it. They'll just move them over. Or find out the GPR first before somebody's died and they're going to dig the plot up. You can find it. You know, you don't have to go to every one and, you know, find out what areas are open and which aren't. Just the plots that are owned. If somebody dies and they want to get buried, their family wants them to bury, you can do it then. It's that simple, you know, instead of all these companies coming in and giving their opinion, negative. Some say, well, it's okay, you know, just be careful when you bury, you know, when you dig the plot up. Come on, you guys have the power to make the decision. And it seems like a few people here, but everybody in town knows about this. And it's up to you guys, you know, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Derek Garcia.
Mayor, Council, thank you for this time. First and foremost, I'm not from Lafayette. I was not born and raised here. However, my family was. So I don't have any direct skin in the game in terms of the future of the cemetery. However, I do have many family members who are buried there and a handful who are going to be buried there, hopefully. So I think the one thing that we all have in common, regardless of whether or not we're from Lafayette or whether or not we're going to be buried in the Lafayette Cemetery, is the value of human dignity. And this is a tough topic, and this is coming from somebody looking at it from the outside, right? It's a tough topic. It has a direct link to human dignity. It has a direct link to history, to tradition. And I say all these things because whatever the right answer is, I hope that you all get there through deep consideration, through factoring, including the human factor as you decide and determine whatever it is you're going to move forward with and how you're going to move forward with it, and not take the easy way out. And that's not an accusation to any of you in particular. That's human nature. We all, whether we realize it or not, look for the easy solution. I hear it every day at work. I hear it every day from people. Keep things simple. Keep things easy. Well, sometimes things aren't simple. Sometimes they're not easy. And this is one of those times. So don't look for the easy way out. Look for the right way out. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Chris Stondelinger.
Hi there. I'm here to talk about the Resolution 2026-13, the moratorium of the cemetery. I just want to say thank you. I added this little part. Thank you for forming that subcommittee. I sincerely appreciate those of you that are willing to represent our position and try to help with solutions, along with understand the deeper emotional stress that goes along with it with many people. Thank you for hearing and representing all of us. that voted and trusted you up there. Thank you to the council member. Thank you so much for attending the Memorial Day service. We really appreciated that. A lot of us stayed after and talked about how much we appreciated that, that you spent extra time talking to everybody and your willingness to listen to everybody. And I really appreciated the empathy that you had for people. Thank you very much. We're trying to help with solutions. So I keep hearing about this 270 number. And so since the last meeting, my dad has been on the phone contacting people he might know or they might know, people like that, trying to get them to find out if they even received letters. Many of them did not receive letters. Others said they were going to sell their plots back. One said she had just sold it back the week before, she told my dad on the phone. And several are planning to use them for cremation, and some hadn't decided yet. He then started getting calls from people who they had told. So these people started calling him and telling him about all those people. One of them sent a council letter to you guys tonight that you probably read, because she now lives out of state, and she's planning to use hers to be cremated. Everyone he spoke to, he made sure to give them that phone number that you asked us to do so that they would call and give them all that information. We thought if we could get accurate information on the 270, it would bring everyone to realize how many we're really dealing with of these casket burials that we're talking about. I volunteered to help because the city said it was hard to get a hold of people, but they said they didn't want any help. I'm sure if we knew the names of people, my dad might be able to, with his friends, be able to contact those people, but they just said they weren't able to do that. So we're just reaching out to anybody that we can. Reading the summary more of the executive cemetery that the state recommended, I noticed that it said that any excavation be undertaken with extreme care. So that was the exact words that were written in there. So maybe all that means is hiring a contractor that'll actually dig by hand like they used to all those years versus, all the other materials they use. But in ending, I just beg you to continue to exhaust any and all options before you approve that resolution of no casket burials. The state experts even said this is only one of the methods that there are. And I have to say, Kathy Erickson said it well the other day on 9 News, if you missed it. She said it really well. She said, prove to me that there's somebody buried in my spot right here. And that's all we're asking about. Please remember, this may just be a yes or no to you, but it's a lifetime and forever eternal decision to many of us and our families for generations. Thanks.
Thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Ashley Garcia.
Hi, I'm Ashley Garcia. I've been living in Lafayette for 32 years. I'm actually speaking on behalf of my uncle, my aunt, and my mother. My uncle bought the plots in 1999, which was 27 years ago, and literally bought my mom, and my aunt's plots simply because they couldn't really afford it. Now you guys are saying they can't be buried there or they have to be cremated. They are devout Catholics. Cremation is not an option. They don't have the money to be moved. And not only that, but their entire family is buried in Lafayette. I plan to be cremated and buried with my uncle, because that's probably the only way I'll get to visit for my son. But, because he'll go visit grandma. So I just think you guys really need to think about this more, because, if they're devout Catholics, they're not going to get cremated. You can't ask them to go against their religion. That's not real. It's ridiculous. And hopefully you guys make a better decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Christian Van Woudenberg.
Good evening, Council. My name is Christian Van Woudenberg. I live in Erie, where since 2014, I've been directly impacted by oil and gas development. As a former Erie Council member, I work to strengthen our local regulations under SB 19181. I'm here today as a data analyst and community organizer, and on behalf of students at Peak to Peak Charter School and the Lafayette community at large. In May, I spent several days with 9th grade students at Peak to Peak discussing the problem of marginal oil and gas wells. I explained that Colorado has 45,000 active oil and gas wells, nearly 11,000 of them classified as marginal, producing fewer than 2 barrels of oil per day on average. Almost 450 of these are within 1 mile of Colorado schools, and 42 are within 2,000 feet, a distance within which studies show children face elevated risk for respiratory, neurological, and gastrointestinal harm. The students were shocked to learn that one of these wells sits in a farmer's field just 1,300 feet north of their school. We talked about what they could do and who they could ask for help. The safest outcome for this well that sits just north of Peak to Peak Charter School is for Extraction Oil and Gas to properly plug and abandon that well. It's the Simpson MD 2-7 well. I have here 40 letters written by these Peak to Peak Charter students to the mayor asking for your cooperation and your help and urging the council to act to protect the health and safety of these students at Peak to Peak Charter School. Together with these students, I'm asking the council to open a conversation with Extraction Oil and Gas, a subsidiary of SM Energy, to encourage them as strongly as possible to plug and abandon not only the well next to Peak to Peak Charter School, but all 8 of the low-producing / marginal wells that sit within the municipal boundaries of Lafayette city limits. Lafayette has an opportunity to join Louisville and Superior in saying, we have eliminated all active oil and gas wells within our boundaries because we care about our residents. I welcome the opportunity to present our full data set and analysis to the council and staff. I know this work won't be easy. That seems to be the theme in today's meeting. Getting these wells plugged and abandoned will take persistence, coordination, and political will. But I believe that working together, we can make Lafayette a place where every resident is protected from the risks of nearby oil and gas activity. Thank you and happy Pride. I've got some information for you here about our work with marginal wells, and I'll leave with the clerk these amazing, amazing letters that these 9th graders wrote. I'm so proud of them, and I'm so encouraged for the future of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ria Trivedi.
Hi, my name is Ria Trivedi. I'm 15 years old, and I attend Peak to Peak Charter School in Lafayette, Colorado. I run track and cross country. So I train on our school track for 2 hours every day after school, almost every day of the year. You'd think that means that I breathe in the fresh Colorado air, but that's not true. My teammates and I breathe in methane. Peak to Peak's track is 1,324 feet from a low-producing marginal oil well owned by SM Energy. They also operate another well 1,500 feet from Red Hawk Elementary. These wells are aging, but they produce almost no oil and bring very little revenue for the operator. But small output does not mean small risk. Marginal wells are more prone to equipment failures, fugitive emissions, and methane leaks. They also release volatile organic compounds that worsen air quality. For students like us who spend hours outside playing, practicing our sports, long-term exposure raises the risks of headaches, nausea, asthma, coughing, and even cancer. This is not a hypothetical concern. This is the reality we are living every single day. Colorado law now requires new oil and gas wells to be at least 2,000 feet from school facilities, but the well near Peak to Peak isn't, because it was built after these new regulations, and right now students are the ones living with the consequences. I don't believe we should have to. That's why I'm asking the Lafayette City Council to help protect the 1,450 K-12 kids at my school by 1. Advocating for faster state plugging programs. 2. Urging the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission to prioritize wells near schools. 3. Supporting stronger methane and air quality monitoring. And 4. Encouraging operators like SM Energy to plug and abandon marginal wells near schools. The 1,450 students at Peak to Peak, from kindergartners to seniors, deserve to play sports, go to recess, and attend schools without risking their health. You, as a city council, have the power to help us. The question is, how are you going to use it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Rylan Newman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Rylan Newman. I'm speaking on behalf of Classrooms for Climate Action. I am here to urge you to tell Extraction Oil and Gas to plug and abandon the low-producing oil wells near Peak to Peak Charter School. There have been 5 reported spills in the last 10 years from wells within a mile of Peak to Peak. Faulty, leaky wells can spew cancer and climate change-causing chemicals like methane and volatile organic compounds. These chemicals have the potential to harm children now and in the future. 7 of the wells that are within a mile of the school are low producing. As they become less profitable, operators invest in them less. Research has shown that these marginal wells are disproportionately prone to leaks and emissions. So these wells are more likely to cause harm to young people around them. As a young person who graduated from a Boulder Valley School District school like Peak to Peak a year ago, I urge you to tell Extraction Oil and Gas to plug these wells, especially the one that is within 2,000 feet of Peak to Peak. It is important that my generation and the people who come after us can attend school in a safe environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Up next, we will hear from Mike Baranek.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Mike Baranek, 547 South Carr Avenue here in Lafayette. Born and raised, my grandfather bought 16 plots in 1958 at the Lafayette Cemetery. 5 of those still remain unfilled. My brother and his wife, my wife and I, and a cousin. With what was said, prior to opening this for discussion, thank you very much for having the subcommittee to look at this, because otherwise, I'm afraid what I might have said. So thank you very much for doing that. I spent considerable amount of money putting 2 large headstones in my brother and my plot. And given my current religious beliefs, I want to be buried next to my grandparents and parents. I want my body there. I can't speak for the rest of these folks, but I know we have a lot in common. The only question I have is, why were we, the owners of those plots, not notified as to what was going on, what had been done, and to receive the letters of the moratorium? I can't tell you how I felt, other than I feel a little bit better about it now. If I die before this moratorium has another answer, I would like there to be an exception to the rule and allow me to be buried next to my parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Susan Hudson.
I'm Susan Hudson, and after the last council meeting, I came to the city the next day, and I live out in off of Tower Road in 104th, but I grew up in Colorado. I grew up in Lafayette, and I went to school here. So I may want to make sure my brother and I have plots that my father bought years ago. And I wanted to come to make sure that my brother had, that you guys had his address and his email and my email and my name. And we have yet to receive any letters at all. My brother wrote the city council a letter, the city manager a letter, and his name was Jim Wood, and asked specifically to see if anybody was buried in these plots. He has not had an answer yet. And I'm glad that you're having this meeting next week, but we have to be fair to us that grew up here in Lafayette and realize that a lot of people want to have burial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kathy Erickson.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Erickson, and I live at 860 West Baseline Road, apartment 132, here in Lafayette. And that's a 55-plus community that I highly recommend. If anybody wants to go, you need a 55-plus community, please come to Affinity. It's great. And I want to thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for what you're doing for us, because I know that it is a lot different today than it was in May when we came. And I have two things I wanted to talk about. One is, I don't understand why, if the city knows which graves could possibly have something in it, why can't they mark that grave with a stick so that it's not too expensive? But the person that owns that grave would know, okay, they think somebody's living in there. Somebody is buried in there. And I think that's only one thing to me, and I do feel this way because somebody said, yeah, well, there's somebody in your grave. I want to know, from all of the scans, all the studies they've done, why can't they mark the graves so that we could know my grave is one of those graves? And the other thing that I wanted to bring up to the council is I've heard this from two people that, well, we don't even know for sure if, one of them told me directly, I don't even know for sure if your husband's in his grave because the dirt moves. And he might be moved into your grave by now. Or he might be moved to another place. Well, this is really odd for me to think that the people we've buried in our cemetery are moving around because the dirt moves at that level. I just think that that's kind of a crazy idea, and I do not accept it. And I don't believe that people that have been in their positions for less than a year can make decisions for us that have lived in this town our entire lives. They don't know what's best for us. And I thank you guys for bringing that, accepting the challenges that you're going to have come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sharon Stetson.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Stetson. I live at 626 Glenwood Drive, and it's me again. Okay, I came tonight because I was told that I would get the information about our plots that my husband and I own. And I gathered that that's not going to happen. I would like to thank you for getting this subcommittee going. But I also want to ask you a question. I mean, right now, 270 people are still alive, okay? We are not in our graves, but what happens, do you have a contingency plan for what happens if one of us passes away before you make your big decision about the cemetery? If it happened to me, I know my family would want me to be buried in a casket, and I'd like to make that right now in front of everybody and on council minutes. But I'm sure the other people do too. So I would like for you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Alan Garcia.
Good evening. I'd also like to thank for the subcommittee, but I have a question, and maybe the city attorney might be able to answer it. In the subcommittee, there should also be at least one or two members that involves in this discussion. Another question for the city attorney is when you pick an arbitrator or a mediator for the city, from the city, we all know how that works. So there should be a few members that have plots and wondering about them on that committee to choose a mediator or an arbitrator. Reason I know this is I was vice president of the Association for the City of Boulder. I have plenty experiences with mediation arbitrators. It has to be two sides, not one. And when the city of Lafayette, I think it's a great idea, but somebody in this group, in this room, needs to be a part of choosing a mediator or an arbitrator. And earlier it was said that we are under a lot of stress. Some of us are getting sick. We're getting ill. We're going to the doctor. You know, this isn't easy. And not to have complete, or even what I feel, a part of what we've been discussing for this last month, but not receiving any information. You can go online or whatever, what have you, and you don't see anything about discussions from the city council concerning the cemetery. Why? You guys have mentioned that you've had these meetings, city manager, you know, part of them, city attorney, part of them. She's advising everybody. Why are we kept out of the loop? On the 10th, are we going to get any information? Are we going to receive information that we could read and come to a conclusion, or maybe a resolution? What's going to happen at that meeting? Are we going to be talking and there's not going to be no answers? And I'd like that, I'm addressing that to the two Lafayette council people. Because we're smarter, we know. We've dealt with city issues. We've been here long enough. We knew city council people. We knew people who donated land to the city. We still know them. We know that they have tombstones at the Lafayette Cemetery. Their kids are still alive. Went to school with their kids, you know. But on the 10th, I hope there are answers. And thank you, thank you for the subcommittee. But there's more to a subcommittee than just two representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from James Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is James Ortega. I live at 1250 Scorpio Circle, Lafayette, Colorado. I've been up here before to talk to you. This is my third meeting with you. You called a public hearing, but most all I see is a monologue from the citizens speaking to the council and no questions getting answered. And that really concerns me because that's not what a hearing is. A hearing is a dialogue between the people. Well, we have a lot of questions out here that haven't been answered and they continue not to be answered. You have referred us off to a private party to answer questions to the staff. So I don't know why we're paying staff money to not answer our questions and refer us off to a consultant. That's really disturbing to me. So today, I guess we're still going to have a monologue here and not a dialogue, because I had some questions I wanted to ask. And I'm going to ask the mayor first. Is this going to be a monologue or dialogue?
So this is
Save us no
public
time.
input. This is your opportunity to address the council.
Yeah. And the question I have for you then is that why can't you provide us site-specific information on the ground penetrating radar so I can determine if a soul is resting in my site? If somebody is on my property, then I can make a decision of what options I have, whether I want to be buried, cremated, or whatever. I don't know why you can't furnish that site-specific information. You don't have to do it publicly, everybody, but to those 270 owners, you should provide that information to us so we know that somebody's trespassing on our property. No grievance for those people. The ground penetrating radar was paid for by city funds. So it's public property for us, so that information should be available to us. And we should not be being gaslighted by the staff that it's not available, we can't furnish it. That's unreasonable. We've all been told that they're telling the press that they've notified everybody, but I still have family members that own plots up there that haven't been notified of this process, and that's disturbing. So I ask you to consider, will you start getting some answers from the staff to the people that we've asked these questions? I'm asking you, Mayor.
Again, this is your opportunity to address council.
Yeah, I'm asking you, Mayor.
Unfortunately, we're not in a position where we answer questions. This is public input. This is only public input, so this is not a back and forth.
Oh, okay.
You have 2 more minutes left of time.
One other thing I would ask that you do is turn up the volume on your mics because you're really hard to hear. And I don't know if I'm just old, but it's really hard to hear the dialogue that's taking place. Okay, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Beverly Smith.
Hi, my name is Beverly Smith. I live at 1280 Scorpio Circle, and of course, I've been a resident of Lafayette since March of 1942, so I've been here a long time, and I also worked for the city of Lafayette 30-some years ago. That's when I quit. Anyhow, if I remember right, and I also had to take care of cemetery deeds, calling John Bickles, the grave digger, when he had to dig a grave. I, just did a variety of things. I worked there for 20-some years. So anyhow, from what I remember about the cemetery, the northeast section was always a problem. Most of the plots belonged to Henningham Mortuary, which, people would go in for service, and he had bought blocks of cemetery lots, and I'm sure he would sell them one so they wouldn't have to come to the city, but they didn't keep records. We tried to get records, could never get them. So that was always a problem. But in the 80s, they did some kind of probing. I don't know, I just, I worked with it, and I just did the paperwork and stuff. But I know they did probes, and they probed a lot of cemetery plots, and they told us where they didn't find anything, and they wanted them vacated because maybe somebody bought them in early 1940s or something. So anyhow, some of them, they vacated at that time. In fact, I bought a couple of them. My sister Carol, who's here at Sadler, she bought some, and so did my brother. I know my uncle bought several, because when my father died in '71, he sold him 2 of them that he'd bought. So I don't understand if the issue is with the northeast section of the cemetery, and I can understand you don't want casket burials there, but why ban them from the rest of the cemetery? A lot of those, I mean, they were already probed in the 80s. I was told they were probed, and they were vacated. As far as I know, nobody's been, well, maybe some have been buried in, some they bought at that time. But it just seems like it's really sad for these people who already have a spouse buried, and they can't be buried the way they want to be next to their spouse. That just seems horrible in my husband and I are still around, and for how much longer, we don't know, and my sister and her husband. But I just really wish council would look at it and look at, I'm sure the records are there about the probing in the 80s. At least they should have them. And, but there's always been a problem for the Henning-Howe mortuary spaces, because they used to sell them blocks at a time. I mean, 10, 20, maybe even 40 spaces. I just remember that whole section had Henning-Howe mortuary. So please take that all into consideration. The rest of the cemetery should be good. According to in the 80s, it was good. Of course, I quit in early 1990s, so I don't know what's happened since. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jill Ortega.
Well, good evening. I am Jill Ortega. I live at 603 East Baseline Road in Lafayette. I am sorry for the humans that came to the memorial on Memorial Day. My daughter ran the Boulder Boulder, but you did encounter my sister and my mother. And it was a great honor that they honored my father, and he's going to be put on the wall. So I want to thank those that were there, that got to meet the people, feel the community, because it is all about vibration. It is. We are all an energy current to each other. You get my energy, I get your energy, and that's what makes the world go around in our big world. So the only thing I got to say that I'm disappointed in is that, A, my mother has lived here forever and a day. My cousin has. A lot of these humans have. And I don't understand why we have not gotten any documentation. Nothing has been sent to us. It's disturbing because I used to be a postmaster, and I know the post office, if it says return to sender, then it has to go back, and if it is an important document. Now, the question is, how are you going to have a fruitful meeting with all of us? So we get a solution, so we're not coming back. Here's A, here's B. Give us, a synopsis. What are we trying to achieve? If we have 270 humans that bought plots, those are their deeds, those are their plots. The Boulder Accessory Office, my sister worked there. She said when people had to pay their property taxes and say you sent out the bill and then it came back, it was up to the humans, the staff, to contact them and pick up a phone, do research, and God knows you have the ability now to find anybody on the internet. Yes, no, we do know that. And I know you cannot respond back to me, but there are solutions so we can move on. These poor people that are in their 80s. My mom's in her 80s, 70s, and God knows, we don't know when anybody's going to die. That's up to God. That isn't up to any of us. And so the thing of it is, these people do not need the stress. And that is a big stress, mentally, emotionally. And then that one gal that was here, and you guys had to tell her, no, hey, pal, you got to bury your dad in Louisville and your mom's here, or vice versa. That is stressful. I lost my dad in September. We buried him on the 19th. So how then were we able to do that, and we were okay to do that? That doesn't, I'm sorry, I'm not comprehending that. And then my mom is stressing out because, gee, she can't be by her dad. Mr. Posey is stressing out because his wife, and God rest Miss Linda's soul, I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a hot minute, and this poor man is stressing out because he can't be with his wife. We have to come to a solution. And I do appreciate that you guys did come up with the committee, but how, so we can have a fruitful meeting, how then are we going to attack this? How are we going to, so we're not saying the same thing, we should be able to know what the hell those people found. And I agree with Mr. Posey. I agree that he says each case has to be done special. I mean, are there zombies coming out and we know that these bones are there? Not to be disrespectful, but come on now. I mean, these were sold to the people with good faith. They have good faith. In the 50s, a handshake was a true thing. If someone's bullshitting you, what? That's not who we are as a community. We're not. So I believe we should come up and protect our human rights. We should have an outline. What are we going to do? How are we going to get a solution? Instead of beating a dead horse, what is the solution? Is that what this meeting's going to be? How are we going to work together as a team, not an I, but a team, to get a solution so people aren't stressing out? You all know stress causes heart attack, cancer, all kinds of things. We don't need to do that. We don't need to kill people. We need to come up with something nice and that works for both sides. Okay? So I know my time is up, but I thank you. And please inform us and communicate. And I think the communication will help the people and make people at ease and not stressed. All right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Up next, we'll hear from Tony Munoz.
Hello, members. I'm Tony Munoz, and my property address, I live at 214 North Michigan Avenue in Lafayette, also known as 500 East Baseline. And I've been here a few times also. I'm here as a very strong resident of Lafayette. I tried to live in Erie. It didn't work. I even taught Andrew Moore's child religion class. I mean, I'm very connected with the Catholic Church just around here, all of them, the VFW, and all of our community. A lot of people aren't here because they're so confused, guys. Oh, I'm going off script already, sorry. A lot of the people aren't here because they thought it was said and done. I've had people calling me crying, saying, my mom can't go to the cemetery. And I was like, we can go there and visit. I'm like, why would you word it that way? Well, that's what she's saying. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're stressing our friends out, you guys. I'm so thankful about, again, I'm going off my script. I'm really thankful about the committee. And so I want to, 3 things I want to say. Please, let's have 3 to 5 people, something like that, representing the group of folks that still have plots or, that want to be involved and can. At this point, know your audience. The majority of these plots are not your age, guys. It's really sad. The old mayor of Lafayette, Mr. Romero, his wife is one of those people. I attend Mass, daily Mass with her every morning. She does the readings. And so, that's always been her plan, is to be right next to him, along with a number of these ladies and men. We've got Mr. Montez, Sandy Montez's husband, he's my age. And then, of course, Mrs. Montez, Isabel Montez, and she's got to be in her 80s. And so they're all so confused. They're texting me, they're calling me. I see different things on Facebook, and I don't even know what to do. I really don't. So the committee, I think, is a fabulous idea. And first start with communication. We've got to get the word out there and present ourselves knowledgeable and compassionate and be one with everybody. And it's not the city against the people, it's everybody working together. I know I'm repeating a lot of what everybody said. And about it not being easy, but being what's right. My father is buried in Erie in a mass grave. It's hard to say, guys. It breaks my heart, and it makes me emotional. And we've gone there, and we've tried to find it. They don't know where it's at, they tell us. We've looked at plot maps. Our plots are so much better. Oh my gosh. They don't know where it's at. If somebody could tell me where Tony Munoz is buried, I'm named after my father and my grandfather and my great-grandfather, that would be wonderful. But then they're not thinking about shutting down or anything. They're doing kind of what's hard. And so far, I haven't heard anything about having problems. So I'm not real certain where they're at with all of this. But I think sometimes doing what's right is better than doing what's easy. And then, so those were the three things. The subcommittee, communicating, it's really forced, so to speak, making certain, about Erie, and then making certain that residents are part of the subcommittee. And last but not least, for people that still have plots there and they don't want to use them, or they want to go somewhere else, please think of a research and come up with a more accommodating value. This is a deed. I'm in real estate. I've been in sales and engineering and contractual sales my entire life, whether it was in the tech industry or real estate. A deed means something. And we are all here as very high representatives. You guys aren't just city members, you're council members. You're a step up. I appreciate the hierarchy. And so please really think about maybe a little better accommodation for some people that, maybe the husband and wife are still together, one of them's not buried yet, and they're like, you know what, let's not fight it. Let's go to Erie. We've got Grandma and Grandpa there. We've got our Tio and Tios there. We've got, my Grandma Jones there. My Grandma Jones is in Lafayette. But anyway, I just was lost for words. So thank you so much. And let's come up with a strong committee. Let's come up with some great dialogue. Let's figure out how to communicate with our generation, and that's the tough part. Good luck. We can do it.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ron Spalding.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ron Spalding, 1326 Eldorado Way, Lafayette, Colorado. Different subject. I want to speak about the Kensington Illustrated Plan, which was submitted on May 1st for the intent to develop the range at Lafayette. I know you can't take this under consideration. That's okay. Hopefully, this will go out to people in the city of Lafayette, give a little bit more understanding of this. These are my comments. The latest proposal really doesn't change anything for me. The Trader Joe's and Target are nice, but I don't think it will change many minds on the overall same cookie-cutter type of development as seen everywhere else. Now is the time to develop the city's ultimate design for a future development that is coming in from scratch, according to the Legacy Lafayette Comprehensive Plan. The current plan is not visionary. This is Mr. Tebow's opportunity to really make a statement for the next generation of community living. It's still too dense with 53 units. Still too tall even with building height reductions. 3-story condos blocking the western view shed of the Rocky Mountains. Multifamily 4-story out of character with existing adjacent neighborhoods, and 3-story questionable. The only housing types are condominiums, multifamily, a minimum mix of housing types. Why exclude other types such as paired homes, patio homes, cottages? The land uses are still pretty much segregated. That is, the vast majority of residential is in the northern half and major commercial retail is in the southern half of the development. Still a lot of blacktop in the development. concern of an evacuation route from the development in case of a calamity. Even with the proposed reconfiguration of public open space, it is still not very convenient to access from the residences. Need for pocket parks is something more adjacent to the residence buildings. I'm not certain that the linear park adjacent to Rains Drive, the major access street in development, is the best way to add public land because of the traffic exhaust, safety of young children, and balls accidentally going into the drive, etc. In my opinion, the developer has tried to address the Planning Commission, City Council, and public comments, but in a minor way. That still supports the original concept plan as stated on page 1, paragraph 1 of the May 1st, 2026 letter to Stephen Williams. Quote, while the overall project remains consistent with what was submitted during the sketch plan phase, the plan has been adjusted to better align with feedback provided during the sketch plan process by city staff, the Planning Commission, City Council, and the community while maintaining project feasibility. To me, it signals that the developer cannot make significant changes that will impact the financial feasibility of the development. I certainly understand that, so maybe the developer should move on to another more friendly locale. Mr. Tebow and Kensington Development Partners and Edgar Crockett are business people and are good people. I wish Mr. Tebow, and this is to reach out to him if Mr. Tebow is listening or his consultants are listening, I wish Mr. Tebow would have called in local boulder builders and tried to develop a feasible local development to meet the new comprehensive plan. I think that opportunity has passed. Mr. Tebow has done a lot for the Boulder community, which is fantastic. Great philanthropist. He's also a tough businessman, but I wish he'd listened to the real concerns of the residents in Lafayette, what they have about the design of the range development. Mr. Tebow has a golden opportunity to make a legacy development that could be duplicated by other builders in the future. He could set the standard. He has a great reputation. If he took a little bit of time, he could really make this something. You know, might make national headlines. Thank you. I know you can't consider it. I'll be back, Planning Commission, City Council. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Karen Rayforth.
It's been a while since I've talked to City Council, so I'm back. I'm Dr. Karen Rayforth. I'm a retired psychologist. I've been a resident here for well over 20 years. I was on the Lafayette Cultural Arts Commission for over 11 years and Communities That Care for over 8 years. And I do a lot of things in the community. And luckily, since I'm retired, I have time to do it. I come to ask you for your continued support of the proclamation to celebrate and support the LGBTQ communities, which involve our residents, our business owners, and visitors to Lafayette. It is even more important now with civil rights under attack in the United States. So I welcome that proclamation and hope there's no problem of passing it this evening. But just wanted to add my support because after all these years, I have never come on the exact night that it's been done, and it's been done for a number of years, and I continue that tradition with joy as a lesbian and longtime resident. I just wanted to also note that transgender adults and children are under attack across this country as scapegoats. Even in Colorado, families with trans kids are moving here because they're persecuted in their state, and indeed, they're much safer here so far. And that will change in the fall when there will be a lot of painful mudslinging by some folks trying to take control of trans kids and adults over the objections of parents, healthcare providers, good research, and other experts. There are some initiatives on our ballot coming our way. And I wanted to warn you that our LGBTQ residents will be harmed by these initiatives, trans or not, no matter the outcome. I'm happy to talk to you about the research about that on these topics because we have great research that started way back in the 90s when we had some serious mudslinging around Amendment 2, where it was going to be legal to take away any civil rights in this state for LGBTQ residents. That would include not being able to get a library card if you're a lesbian, if someone at the desk didn't like it. Fortunately, that got fought all the way to the Supreme Court and was struck down by the Supreme Court. I also appreciate the other proclamations on the agenda tonight for gun violence awareness, which we so much need, and elder abuse. Many of my older friends and colleagues feel that they need to hide their identity if they plan to go into senior living housing. We need more education in our senior housing, and I just note these as some of the issues that my community in Lafayette is grappling with and across the state. I wanted to say a quick thank you to Councilor Jensen for showing up to key LGBTQ events around the county, because visibility matters, as we all know, and we all know that she's representing Lafayette when she shows up and raises her hand and, I'm here. It's really great to see. I'm always like, yes, Lafayette is represented. And thanks to Melissa Heisel for continuing to defend freedom to learn in our library, while many libraries are under attack in Colorado and across the state. And finally, I thank all of you for your service to community. I assume that you're all making about 3 cents an hour for what you're getting paid. So I'm sorry for that, and appreciate everything you do, even if I don't agree with what you do sometimes. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Vicki Euland.
Hi, I'm Vicki Euland, 303 West Simpson Street, and I have not talked to you guys very much about the cemetery because it's not my area of expertise, and I'm not as personally affected as many people are. But one of my areas of expertise is communications, and I wanted to talk to you about that tonight. Been kind of increasingly appalled at how the city has been handling communications regarding the cemetery issue, culminating in the May 19th letter or announcement that went out about the informational meeting. I felt like the tone of that was, we're going to have this meeting to present these options to you that you've already heard and said that you don't want. And, I haven't seen, I've also seen the media interviews in which, we've been asked if it's the city's fault, and the answer was like, well, this happens in a lot of cities. So I really appreciate, Kyle, you speaking up and taking responsibility for the city's errors with this. I appreciate an apology from the city about what has happened with this. I really appreciate the subcommittee and the leadership the council is showing on this. I feel like, this has the possibility to be a PR nightmare, but it also has the possibility to be another Rose Lueras moment for us, in which the city took something that was a really horrible thing that happened and that the city did, and acknowledged it and made it into a teaching moment. I mean, we have an exhibition that travels around Boulder County about our swimming pool, and I think that we can really be a leader in what to do with a cemetery that's old and has these issues. So I have really high hopes for what you guys are going to accomplish on this. I have a couple suggestions based on what I heard tonight. First of all, I'm really looking forward to what our new communications director has to say about this, especially with her background in public outreach. The idea about adding people to the subcommittee, I'm wondering about a working group. Having served on some city working groups myself, maybe that is an approach to take to make sure that people who are personally affected are involved in this and also can communicate, out to the public. And I think that's it. Of course, I came up here with no notes, so, it's not as polished as usual. But I just want to say thank you very much for taking leadership in this, and I look forward to what you guys are going to accomplish. Oh, remember my other thing. Relying on the people that mentioned that they have been calling up people that they know, relying more on people to get the word out that are personally affected by this, that know people that are personally affected by this, and that know better than, the city staff about this. I think that this is a really good opportunity to engage the public in what can be an actual excellent PR moment for us and hopefully solve problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more speaker request forms, I will just ask, is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who wishes to speak? If you would come on up, just state your name and address for the record before you speak, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Danelle Dondelinger, I'm Gary Posey's granddaughter. I just had a few things and I wasn't planning on speaking today. My mom was going to represent my grandpa today. But I don't know if this is a possibility, but I know several people have brought it up. I wanted to ask if there's a possibility to make a motion that Adam could be on the subcommittee as well, just because I think of people's comfortability. Everybody saw him there at the Memorial Day service, and my family didn't have anybody buried there, but I've been going down there since I was 2. We walk there from my grandparents' house to the cemetery every day. And I really did hear a bunch of the community. You could hear people whispering because I was in the back with my dog. People were whispering, like, he came, like, they care, like, somebody cares about us. And so I don't know if that's a possibility because I know you guys do that. I just thought I'd throw that out there just for people's comfortability and feeling heard. I think that was really meaningful to a lot of people. And just having him in the mix to have his ear, I think would give people a little bit of a, piece of happiness. And then I was wondering if before the meeting, the committee could potentially meet with my grandpa and mom to get an idea of the actual number. They're being really humble. My grandpa's the most humble man I know. And they probably made around 40 to 60 phone calls. And they have a lot more numbers than, my mom has an Excel spreadsheet and they're willing to help. They want to help. That's all my grandpa and my mom have done their whole lives, and my grandma when she was here. So I don't know if they could help be a part of the committee. Sorry. But just getting an idea on the true number, because I can't tell you how many people have been sitting there on the phone and they're like, well, Gary, we're not even going to use our plotter. Well, Gary, we sold ours back last year. And he's like, well, you need to call somebody and tell them that. And so I think just getting logistical numbers would be really helpful. And I know that they could help do that. And sorry, I'm a PE teacher. Cortisol is a real thing and stress is a real thing. And shoot, I'm not even going to be buried there. But my resting heart rate has gone up since we got the moratorium from a solid 62 to an 84. And just sitting here tonight, it was at a 112, just because of the thought of my grandpa not being able to be next to my grandmother. So I think it's hard. I can't even imagine how hard it is for them. But I guess the last few things is Mary recommended to do the best thing for our city. And I see all the time, we're protecting these buildings and we're protecting all these really great things about the city of Lafayette. We all love Lafayette. I think the best thing we could do is to protect the history of Lafayette. And some of these people in here are staples of Lafayette and have been here since generations. And I've heard, I think it was 9 families, I've been writing down on my phone notes, 9 families have said my grandfather's name because he truly is a staple of Lafayette. He's never going to tell you that. He's going to sit there and smile and love the city and love you guys with all his heart because that's who he is. But I am going to advocate for him. And he is Lafayette history. If any of you guys want to just have lunch with him, and he does amazing things still. And we both went to Centaurus, and I know we have our every year 10-year reunion. I'm reminded how old I am. But they have
Bobcat lunches where my grandpa still meets with the guys from his class. And they all wear their their Lafayette Bobcat hats, and they wear the maroon, and they go to lunch and they go to breakfast, and they talk about their football games and their coaches and how they built these buildings in Lafayette and how those dang fields, they had to change the light bulbs. They had a guy crazy enough to climb those poles every day and check on the light bulbs at their football field. And I was like, that's terrifying. But it's, long story short, it's all these really cool stories. And God, I wish I could sit at one of those lunches and just hear all those guys talk, because I love Lafayette with my whole heart. And I mean, I know all you guys do too, but the best thing we could do is protect our Lafayette history, and that includes my grandpa, and that includes these wonderful people who have spent their whole lives dedicating their whole work to the city of Lafayette. And I know you guys are on the right track, but if there's any way we can maybe make a motion to add Adam, and then if anybody wants to meet with my grandpa and my mom, I mean, they have the Excel spreadsheet, they've talked to countless people on that list. Some have moved out of state and don't even want to use their plots and forgot they even had them, and then they called my grandpa back and said, oh, we actually do have these. And so I think just getting the logistical number before that meeting could really help a lot of your progress. And I'm just really, really grateful that you guys are listening, and I can tell just wholeheartedly, and again, I'm emotional, and I'm a teacher, and I love my kids, and I love my community, but I really appreciate the love that you guys are choosing to pour into this versus just passing it on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who hasn't had the chance to speak that would like to speak tonight? Not seeing anyone else in person. Have you had the chance to speak, sir?
I have one more comment, please.
Unfortunately, we only have the 5 minutes per person. I appreciate you, but just in the interest of fairness, we want to make sure everybody gets the exact amount of time. Seeing no one else in person, I will turn to our city clerk to see if we have any calls.
We do have one person on the phone there. So caller with the phone number ending in 848, talking is now available. Phone number ending in 848. Phone number ending in 848, you should be unmuted. Caller, please unmute your meeting, *6.
Okay. With that, we will close public input for tonight and move on to tonight's consent agenda, where we have a few items, including item B, the May 5th, 2026 City Council meeting minutes. Item C, the second reading for ordinance number 11, Series 2026, authoring a supplemental budget appropriation to reflect forgiveness of a debt for the fiscal year 2025 budget. Item D, a motion approving an intergovernmental agreement between Boulder County and the City of Lafayette regarding 2026 Youth Corps program services. Item E, a motion approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Lafayette, Colorado and Louisville Fire Protection District for the sharing of fire service equipment and resources. Item F, a motion approving an intergovernmental agreement between Boulder County and the City of Lafayette for regional collaboration for Proposition 123 compliance. And item G, a contract with Davis Partnership Associates for the Bob Burger Recreation Center design services. Are there any items council would like to pull? Seeing none, I will take a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. Councilor Johnson?
I was wondering if it's possible to change the agenda slightly, because our next item is regular business, which will go on quite a long time, to do the proclamations, in case there are people here who are here for the proclamations who don't want to wait until the next item, which will be quite lengthy.
So for this, we need a majority vote, actually. So you're more than welcome
I would like to make that
an
motion.
amendment. You're more than, okay. You making a motion?
Yes.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second to move our regular agenda into proclamations. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. None opposed. Okay, we'll move on to proclamations, and we'll begin with item J. Councilor Jensen.
So I have the honor of doing the Pride Month proclamation, and I'm just going to read it. Whereas Pride Month is recognized each June to honor the history, resilience, and contributions of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and other LGBTQIA+ individuals and communities. And whereas Pride Month commemorates the 1969 Stonewall Uprising, a pivotal moment in the movement towards greater equality, visibility, and civil rights for LGBTQIA+ individuals in the United States. And whereas despite progress toward equality and inclusion, many LGBTQIA+ individuals continue to experience discrimination, harassment, violence, and barriers to safety, acceptance, and opportunity. And whereas the 2026 Pride Month theme for all of us, inspired by the words of Stonewall veteran Marsha P. Johnson, "There is no pride for some of us without liberation for all of us," honors the legacy of early LGBTQIA+ advocates and recognizes the ongoing importance of inclusion, visibility, safe spaces, and equal opportunity for all members of the LGBTQIA+ community, particularly those who continue to face discrimination, marginalization, and barriers to belonging. And whereas the City of Lafayette signed Resolution Number 2016-96 on December 6, 2016, reaffirming the city's commitment to building a diverse, inclusive, and just community, ensuring equal protection and services for all residents. And whereas the City of Lafayette has a diverse LGBTQ+ community that has made and continues to make great and lasting contributions to strengthen the fabric of our community. And whereas the City of Lafayette honors its commitment to the promotion and protection of the human rights of LGBTQ+ residents and employees, now therefore, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Lafayette, Colorado, do hereby proclaim June of 2026 to be Pride Month, and urge all residents to honor our diverse community and continue to build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance. Furthermore, the City Council encourages the community to attend any of the numerous events hosted throughout this month to celebrate the LGBTQIA+ community. So moved.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on this proclamation? Councilor Jensen.
I just want to make the public aware that there will be 2 anti-trans ballot measures on the ballot this year. We're going to talk about them at length at another time, and I have not made an amendment to include them here because I think it warrants another full resolution on the part of council when we consider ballot measures. But as a person with many loved ones in this community, I know some of them are experiencing an increase in discrimination right now and an increase in hate. And so I think this proclamation is really important, and I hope all of the council will join me in supporting it.
Thank you. Any other members of council wish to discuss? Councilor Gianella.
Yeah, just quickly, thank you, Councilor Jensen, for presenting this proclamation. I know we have a large LGBTQ+ community in Lafayette. I've had many of them reach out to me during the campaign and since, and I'm just happy to, that they're part of our community and that we're here to represent them.
Councilor Beaulieu.
Happy Pride.
Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say that this is, I was here for that 2021 vote. And I'd just like to say that we fly the pride flag in Lafayette, and I'm proud of the fact that we do that. And that is not something council votes on every year to decide. That's city policy. So it's not just us It's our city, and I'm proud of that. So happy Pride, everyone, and I'm glad that we are able to pass this proclamation, hopefully.
Great. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. Moving on to the next proclamation, item K, Councilor Gianola.
Thank you, Mayor. I am presenting today the proclamation for National Gun Violence Awareness Day on June 5th, 2026. Whereas every day Americans are killed, shot, or wounded by gun violence, and whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to be killed with guns than people in other developed countries, and whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is a mayor's highest responsibility, and whereas mayors and law enforcement officers know their communities best, are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their residents safe, and whereas June 2nd, 2026 would have been the 29th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who was tragically killed at the age of 15, and whereas to help honor Hadia and other Americans whose lives are cut short due to gun violence, a national coalition of organizations has designated the first Friday of June as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas the organizers ask that people across the United States wear orange on June 5th because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters in the wilderness, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 5th to raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible ownership to help keep our community safe. Now therefore, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Lafayette, Colorado do hereby declare June 5th, 2026 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and encourage all residents to support community efforts to prevent the tragic events of gun violence and to honor and value all human lives. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second for National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Any discussion on this proclamation? Councilor Beaulieu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. March 5th, 2008 was a significant day for me because that was the day that a friend of mine from college was murdered by guns. And it was one of the most shocking things that I and my community in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, ever experienced. And there was before and there was after. And then in the ensuing decades, I've known quite a few other people who've been shot, a handful who've been maimed, a couple murdered. And the degree to which that is now normal in our culture is appalling. And so I appreciate the proclamation. I appreciate the efforts that our police department, our community, our city do to mitigate gun violence. But I think about what it's like. I mean, we heard some brilliant young people this evening. I think about what it must be like for them to only have grown up in the way that, for me, I had it before March 5th, 2008, and they didn't. That's been their entire experience. So I'm really grateful for the proclamation, and I'm just thinking of Eve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Great. We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously. On to our final proclamation of the night. I will turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, June 15th, 2026. Whereas in 2006, the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, in support of the United Nations International Plan of Action, proclaimed a day to recognize the significance of elder abuse as a public health and human rights issue. And whereas 2026 marks the 20th annual World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, this recognition will promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older adults. And whereas the National Center on Elder Abuse, NCEA, and the City of Lafayette recognize the importance of taking action to raise awareness of, prevent, and address elder abuse, and whereas our population lives longer, we are presented with an opportunity to think about our collective needs and future as a nation. And whereas ageism and social isolation are major causes of elder abuse in the United States, And whereas we recognize that it is up to all of us to ensure that proper social structures exist so people can retain community and societal connections, which reduces the likelihood of abuse. And whereas preventing abuse of older adults through maintaining and improving social supports like senior centers, human services, and transportation will allow everyone to continue to live as independently as possible and contribute to the life and vibrancy of our communities. And whereas when there's justice, when there is justice, there can be no abuse. Therefore, NCEA urges all people to restore justice by honoring older adults. And whereas we encourage the community to report suspected mistreatment of an at-risk adult by calling Adult Protection Services at 303-441-1390. Now therefore, the mayor and the city council of the city of Lafayette hereby proclaim June 15th, 2026 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Lafayette, Colorado, and encourage all of our communities to recognize and celebrate older adults and their ongoing contributions to the success and vitality of our country. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second for World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Is there any discussion on this proclamation? Mayor Pro Tem.
I would just like to, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say, as the former council liaison to the older adults committee, or board, sorry, I would just like to say that I'm really proud that we are able to continue to raise awareness, and I'm thankful for the support of Boulder County Protective Services. And that number again is 303-441-1309. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say no. None opposed, that passes unanimously, and we will finish that for proclamations for tonight. Moving back into regular business, beginning with item H, which is the public hearing for the sketch plan review and comment for the Willoughby Corner PUD amendment. I will introduce us here. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, a sketch plan review and comment for a PUD amendment to the Willoughby Corner final PUD located at the southwest corner of Emma Street and North 120th Street. The public hearing was noticed in the Daily Camera on May 22nd, 2026, and notice was mailed to property owners and posted on the property in accordance with the Lafayette Code. The public hearing is now in order at 7:21 p.m. Tonight, the City Council will hold a public hearing on a sketch plan application for a PUD amendment and provide review and comments to the applicant. The council will consider the application, planning staff's analysis and recommendations, the review and comments of the Planning Commission, and any public testimony received tonight during the hearing. The council will evaluate the proposal based solely upon the record and the applicable criteria established in the Lafayette Code of Ordinances, which are highlighted in the staff report. Before we get into the presentations from staff and the applicant, we have a few preliminary matters to address. First, because this is quasi-judicial matter, the City Council is bound to constitutional due process principles to provide a fair hearing, to remain impartial, and to review the application based on the city's code and the evidence presented in tonight's hearing. It is important that each council member remain objective and capable of fairly and impartially considering only the information offered into the record and evaluate, review, and provide comments on the application consistent with due process requirements. Does any council member believe they are not able to fairly and impartially consider the application based solely on tonight's record and consistent with due process requirements?
I do want to declare that I was on the advisory committee that recommended and approved the first round of PUD that we're now talking about changing, but I believe I can be fair and impartial in spite of that, so I just wanted to declare that for the council.
Thank you, Councilor Jensen. And a second question, does any council member have a conflict of interest or any other matter he or she would like to disclose prior to proceeding on this item? Hearing none, we'll get started with the hearing. Before we hear the city planning staff and the applicant, I will enter the following materials into the record, all of which are included in the city council meeting packet for tonight's meeting. The agenda memo regarding the application and the attachments to the agenda memo, staff analysis report from city planning staff regarding the PUD criteria for this application, project narrative, the proposed PUD sketch plan, The approved Willoughby Corner Final Planned Unit Development Amendment Number 1, Final Plan approved August 2023. A site plan sheet from the construction drawings for the approved PUD Final Plan. Written public testimony submitted to the city before 1 p.m. today and added to the packet this afternoon, and presentation slides added to the packet this afternoon. Are there any objections from council to entering these items into the record? Hearing none, those items are entered into the record. The city council will now hear from the city planning staff and the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Good to be here tonight to present on the Willoughby PUD amendment. Really, tonight's objective is just to get council feedback on the sketch plan. This agenda will be a little bit different since there's no formal decision being made. Typically, staff introduces it, introduces the project, the applicant gives a presentation, and staff kind of comes back up for an analysis. We'll skip that step tonight and move directly to questions from council, and then on to public testimony, and then discussion and feedback. So we have, I know that council's familiar with sketch plan. You've had a few over the last 6 months or so, but I just want to remind council and the public that a sketch plan is a non-binding decision. It's simply done to solicit feedback. I always like to point out the two phrases, identify major problems. So it's identifying problems, we're not resolving them at this point. That's for the preliminary plan. And then we're assessing the overall feasibility of the request. So down below on the slide, these are the 6 prompts we provided to Planning Commission at their May 13th meeting. And of course, we'll take any feedback outside these prompts. This is just our way to kind of try to direct attention to some of the areas that we wanted feedback on. So those prompts include the change in housing types and unit mixes, a reduction in front setbacks in 2 areas of the project, a reduction of outlot A, a reduction in minimum lot size from 2,000 to 1,900, additional multifamily buildings within this phase and corresponding height increases, and then the orientation of those multifamily buildings. And we'll have a slide or 2 on each of these topics. So first, I think we all know where Willoughby Corner is, but just to orient ourselves, we're at the southwest corner of Emma, North 120th Street. In the aerial image here, you can see kind of what's been built underneath the purple hatching, which is the existing multifamily, affordable multifamily units, the community clubhouse, and then this is just the corresponding areas from the plan over here on the right. So a little background, the current PUD was approved in 2022. Then there was an amendment in 2023 that really just fixed technical corrections that were found during construction. And then phase 1 of the project has been constructed, which we just talked about, and that's 192 affordable units, and again is found in the area in pink, along with the community center and the detention pond on the east side of the site. They currently have a land use approval, I just want to stress the land use approval component, to construct 30 duplexes, 128 townhomes, and 36 multifamily units within the area outlined in red on this slide. And then there's an additional 14 units that were called out in planning area C here that they're also requesting to kind of move to this area. So that's a total of 400 units that, again, from a land use perspective, they have approval for. Now, where it gets a little different is the area in red does not have approved civil construction drawings. During the initial phase, we broke that out as 2 different phases because it was clear that the phase that we're talking about tonight was going to be much more difficult to design and construct. And in order to try to get some affordable project online quicker and to get approvals done, that was split off. And then it was during subsequent review of the area outlined in red that it was determined that as designed, that layout wasn't going to be feasible from really a utility constraints perspective. And we can go into more detail on that if we need to. But that's why, and I don't want to say that's why we're back here tonight. That's one of the reasons. The applicant probably has other reasons for you, but that's why that exactly what was approved in the original PUD is not what can be approved today from a constructability standpoint. And that's, I want to also stress, Planning Commission seemed to be a little surprised by that, but that's not completely out of the norm. A lot of larger developments, phase developments, and you will come into problems in later phases and see redesigns. It's not unusual. And kind of piggybacking on this, in my experience, the most difficult product to deliver is dense townhomes on fee simple lots. And that's because when it's on a fee simple lot, each unit has to have its own water line, each unit has to have its own sanitary line. rather than if it's all in one building under common ownership, you can have one of each of those, and that presents a lot of problems, and that's been my experience in other jurisdictions too, and that's kind of the problem we ran up against with this project. And we can discuss that in more detail if council would like to. So moving on to housing types and unit mix, this was by far Planning Commission's largest concern, specifically the complete elimination of all townhomes and duplex in favor of the additional multifamily. So we can go into that specifically. On the left, we have the approved PUD, and we have 128 townhomes in those 8 orange buildings, kind of in the center. We have 36 multifamily in this little yellow area, I believe in 4 buildings. Then we have the 30 duplexes around the outside, 30 total units and 15 duplexes. So the proposed plan, as I stated, got rid of all the duplex and townhomes. And in favor, they went with 140 multifamily units in these 2 yellow buildings here, 73 single-family detached in the purple units kind of in the center and around the north and east side of the project. And then 32 neuro-inclusive units in this blue block that'll serve neurodivergent and IDD populations. So one of the things that Planning Commission, like I said, was really focused on was that housing diversity perspective. And staff felt a little differently. We feel that the housing diversity, kind of commitment to housing diversity in the comp plan is really meant to be a tool to limit like the proliferation of market rate single family developments, and a way to ensure that when we do have single family developers, which we get a lot of, and most communities do, that they are required to build some alternative housing types and sizes so that we have housing that is fits the needs of a greater portion of our population, and that is hopefully more attainable, because it's not just larger single family detached. And when you look at the comp plan language around housing diversity, it of course talks about affordability. That's a major component of it, and that's kind of in some ways moot because both these projects are affordable. But it also talks about the full spectrum of users, the need for older adults, first-time buyers, all income levels, including entry to mid-level employees, the evolving needs of all residents, and the creative class. And when we look at this, it's the planning staff, I want to explicitly say, in many ways we think this new plan actually kind of meets more of those goals and objectives than the old one. And I'll get into that a little bit. Main reason we have, rather than 128 2-story townhomes that really don't allow you to age in place very well, we have 104 multifamily units that are served by an elevator. So you can age in place, it's good for people with mobility issues, physical disabilities, things like that. They're also a mix of 1-bedroom to 3-bedroom units, so they can really meet a wide community need. Anything from like single occupancy residents, which is a growing demographic trend in the last number of years, to the 3-bedroom units for larger families or people that want to live multi-generationally. And similarly, we have single family that range from single story, again, aging in place, mobility issues, those types of things, going up to 2 stories and multiple bedrooms. But then the biggest kind of change is this neuro-inclusive housing, which serves a completely different population type than what was kind of contemplated with the previous one. So we also feel that really strongly aligns with some of those comp plan goals. And then even if you look at it from like housing diversity just across the board, we feel it's still the same diversity. Different unit mix completely. You have a lot more multifamily, less single family attached, but you eliminate 2 unit types, townhomes and duplex, and then you include 2 new ones, single family detached and neuro-inclusive housing. And to us, the planning staff, we feel that neuro-inclusive is a unique housing type and not just another multifamily housing type. So from our perspective, we feel that this housing diversity was still being adhered to. Admittedly, we're changing the housing mix up completely, but the diversity we feel is still being complied with. Again, Planning Commission didn't see it that way. We also didn't really present it in this context to them, so maybe if it was presented differently, they'd have some different thoughts on it, but they felt pretty strongly that they weren't satisfied with the change in diversity. So we're going to go into setback reductions. I'm going to move on to this slide because I think it makes more sense, and then we'll go back to that one. So one of the things they're asking for is a setback reduction on East Emma Street. The current PUD approves it for 15 feet there, and then they're proposing 8-foot setback. So significant reduction from what was approved. And while I'll admit this is going to feel a lot different than a lot of Old Town from the pedestrian experience, in this area here, well, let's talk about Old Town. You typically have 4 to 5 foot wide sidewalks that are attached with typically on-street parking adjacent to them. And then you have the yard from the back of the sidewalk to the living portion of the home. In this specific situation, you have an 8-foot tree lawn, you have an 8-foot wide multimodal path, and then you have the 5-foot wide outlot. Then you have the property line, and then the proposed 8-foot setback to the living space, so porch is allowed to encroach. However, when you look at like what's the actual functional setback of the living space from the street, it's around 29 feet. That's not out of character in terms of horizontal alignment with what you find in Old Town. And then this one also has the bike lane rather than kind of the on-street parking, so there's a little difference in like the travel lane distance. But generally, we don't find this to be so out of character with Old Town that it couldn't be supported. This is really important for the applicant to get feedback on, and Planning Commission had some concerns over noise, proximity of the travel lane to the living space, and maybe a lack of ability to get substantial landscaping in the front yard. But they didn't give real strong direction, and given the products that the applicant would like to use and the construction types, which they'll discuss in more detail, if this isn't granted, it could have some serious cascading effect throughout the rest of the site. So they would like some strong feedback here. Now moving back, well, let's talk one more thing about this 5-foot outlot here. Just keep that in mind. Moving back a slide, we have that in yellow almost all the way across Emma, except for these last 2 units where it tapers off to nothing. So these ones are essentially, up to 5 feet closer to the street. So it changes that kind of context I was just talking about. So, kind of level of concern here is also something we'd like some feedback on. Then the other setback reduction was along the pond here. The approved plan is 172 feet from 120th, proposed is 163. Planning Commission had no concern here, so I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on it, but we can come back to it if there's any concern from council. Another thing we wanted feedback on was this. Outlot A was reduced in size, and in the presentation to Planning Commission, we really just focused on the size, and we didn't focus on the kind of land that was gained on the south side, so we wanted to present it in a little different context. So while the building gets shifted north, it does free up some land here. This is adjacent to the existing amenity area that has community garden, half-court basketball court, tot lot, so it allows for the kind of the continuation of that. Planning Commission didn't have strong concerns over this. One thought it was just kind of going to be a landscape area. Another commissioner expressed concern that there was really no amenity space on the northern side of the property for the people that live on the north side of it. And then another commissioner said, well, how great is this area given its proximity to the roundabout and Emma for an amenity space? So there's kind of mixed feelings on this one from Planning Commission. This reduction in lot size for the single-family detached, it was 2,000 for the duplex, I believe is how it went. They were asking for a reduction to 1,900 for the single-family. This was really a non-issue also at Planning Commission. So I was going to kind of move through that one relatively fast unless council wants to discuss it in more detail. So getting into building heights here. On the left, we have the approved plan with the townhomes, which were approved at 2 stories and 35 feet in height. The applicant is asking for 3 stories and 45 feet in height. That was a bit of an issue, but it was, Planning Commission kept on wanting to go back to the housing diversity discussion, and so we didn't, I don't know that we got as much feedback as we'd like in this area, but the applicant is proposing 2 stories and 35 feet along Canterbury, and then 3 stories kind of to the east once you move interior to the site at 45. There was some concern over those heights, just generally, so they have looked at their architecture a little bit more, and they're able to present kind of more realistic heights. A lot of time at sketch plan, people are always going to add a few square feet, linear feet, because they don't know exactly, they don't have their final design, so they want that flexibility. So they've gone back, they've looked at it a little closer, and they're going to present some heights that they think are more accurate to what will actually be proposed with the preliminary plan. So, yeah, again, Planning Commission had some concerns about height, but didn't really address it because there was other concerns about diversity and even a little bit about orientation. So the next question for him was the multifamily orientation. You know, one of the things that came up with both staff and Planning Commission is kind of the proximity of these two buildings. We didn't present it with all the site constraints to them. It was more on a blank canvas. So we wanted to present some of the existing site constraints that are directing how this is being proposed. Because one of the things first thing staff wondered, and Planning Commission also brought it up, is, well, why not just kind of flip this and mirror it and have the multifamily and the taller buildings over on the east side of the project? Well, you have the sanitary sewer that's serving the existing development, and you have the existing stormwater drainage that's going to be conveyed from Canterbury all the way across to the detention pond that's been built. So, you know, obviously they wouldn't be able to build over this, and then they're limited here on their buildability from the detention pond to the easement for the sanitary sewer line. And then you also have some looped water lines that were put in place for this area here. So those are some of the constraints that they were dealing with and kind of how they settled on this layout. And Planning Commission seemed to be more receptive to this after they learned about the constraints, but they were verbally explained to them, and they didn't get to see the exhibit. And I think they still had some reservations about this. And again, it also went back to that housing diversity component. So it's hard for them to kind of address the multifamily because they were coming from a point of view that really we should be going back to something much similar to what was approved from housing diversity standpoint. So not super strong feedback there. Lastly, we have the summary of comments that really talks about each topic, and then kind of Planning Commission feedback. I think I've done a pretty good job of going over all that, so I don't want to just repeat myself. We can come back to this slide during the discussion if you'd like, or I can go over it if you guys think it would be helpful. But if not, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant for their presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for having us today. Wait, can I control that? All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. We have a pretty detailed presentation, so let's jump in. I have not been back to council since 2024 when we did some amendments. So thanks for having us back. And next slide, I thought I'd start by just kind of giving some quick updates. Really exciting news. We have finally fully converted the property as of yesterday. So we are fully converted out of construction loan and into permanent loan now. So we're really excited about that. And we also received a big CHAFA award, which you'll hear about in a little bit. So I just wanted to quickly do an update on the Boulder County Housing Authority and just some of the things that are kind of going on in our world. So we've increased our asset base to $400 million now. And so that has been by acquiring some properties. We have purchased outright and are the new and full owners, if you will, of Josephine Commons and Aspinwall, both here in Lafayette. And then also, of course, the development of Willoughby Corner and our ownership rights there. The other great thing about the Housing Authority is we've really had a targeted capital investment plan. And so in just the last 2 years, we've invested over $9.5 million in revitalization. And I just want to point that out because a lot of times I hear nightmare stories about developers who, once they meet their compliance period, kind of leave and the properties maybe are not as well cared for. And so we are making sure that that is not the case at BCHA, and we are leaning in throughout Boulder County. We do have some development momentum because of the affordable and attainable housing tax passed here in Boulder County in 2023. So where we've seen that funding over the last 2 years really go is to capital development. So over $9 million a year goes to Boulder County, City of Boulder, and City of Longmont. And what we've seen so far is many of the projects are going to public housing authorities. And so that's why we're able to start reinvesting those funds into the community immediately and making sure that our properties are well maintained. Let's see, enhanced leasing. So we've recently at BCHA been working with a lot of federal partners, making sure that we're able to lease up as quickly as possible, trying to alleviate some of that compliance that comes with federal dollars. And we have been successful in that. So we've had some big success at Casa de la Esperanza and Longmont, where we had, I think, 15 vacant units for years. And so because of some compliance release from the federal government, we've been able to stay fully leased. And that's really helped our portfolio numbers. But in addition to that, we had a really strong leasing here at Willoughby Corner. And so we were able to lease up the property fully. That's 192 units in less than 1 year. And so as you know, those buildings came online at different times. And so that was a huge, huge win for our team. So we really do think we have a strong leasing practice in place. And so we look forward to continuing that into our next phases. And then finally, I just want to point out and just really recognize our team that we really do have a strong service delivery, and the quality of work that we do at Boulder County Housing Authority is incredibly important to our staff. I say this all the time, but I do believe I have the most passionate staff, and they really do go above and beyond for all of our residents. Next slide. Oh, I do want to point out I did include a link for our annual report, so you can review it. Many of you were featured in it because we had our Willoughby Corner grand opening, so it was a nice event. And I want to shift gears now into more of this project. Previous slide. I want to introduce the team. So we have a whole new team, except for one vendor, from phase 1 to phase 2 and 3. That was really exciting for us. We had been under contract with our previous vendors for 5 years. And so Boulder County policy is that we do have to take that out to an open RFP. And so we did that. And we awarded a whole new group. And so I do believe we have the strongest group out there right now. And I'm really proud of them and the work that we've accomplished. We set some ambitious goals and we're doing it. So I want to recognize our BCHA team. Those names listed are our development team. So myself, I sit on that team. Michelle Alexander, our deputy director, Tanya Jimenez, who's our senior developer, and Heather Denner, who does all of our revitalization projects. Some of our other partners that are here today, and you will hear from today, is Tyler, and he's with Brookwell, Walker with Vertical, Connor with Craft Civil. Adam wasn't able to be here, but he did send staff from Kephart, and that's David. And then our new GC, who is working with us closely, is Icoda. And then also Norris Design, which is the only vendor we retained. And we're really proud of the work that we did in Willoughby 1. Next slide. All right, so getting into Willoughby Corner, why we're here today to talk about some of these PUD amendments. So the amendments are necessary for us to move the project forward. Just like staff said, we unfortunately can't build what was designed. So when we sat down at the table, we wanted to think through all of the possibilities. We spent quite some time doing that. We read a lot of old notes back from 2017 through 2022. There was extensive community engagement that happened with the ELAC. So we were able to revisit all of those things. And so there were a couple things that we knew were going to be very important. So we really did our best to maintain the integrity of the community engagement that we heard back in 2017. Some of the other things that are kind of weighing into the design is that we have some agreements. So, for example, our subdivision development agreement says we have to deliver 400 units of affordable housing. So one of the things we heard from Planning Commission was like, oh, just reduce your units so that you can fit all those townhomes again. We actually really can't unless it's the wish of the council. And then our water agreement too, we have some important dates where we need to pay back the city for water. So we are on pace to do that right now, but we have to maintain pace. And let's see, I think this is just another graph. You may have seen that one on the left quite a bit during the 2023 approval process. So we just kind of wanted to share that side by side of what our current sketch plan looks like. And then the last thing I'll say is our next steps, the real critical next step for us is a need for a zoning letter, which is due August 1st. And we're working really closely with staff, and I think we can maintain pace for that as well. And it is my pleasure to hand it over to our Deputy Director, Michelle, who's going to dive into some more details of the project. Afternoon, Council. Thank you for having us. I would just like to point out on this slide, the differences in color are for zoning and not for housing type on the left. Today, I'll be covering BCHA's vision, values, goals, and a bit of history about Willoughby Corner. Housing is navigating one of the most rapidly changing periods in modern affordable housing. We've got shifting markets, of evolving financing conditions, and changing needs of both our renters and our home buyers. In the midst of all this, we are still delivering one of the most complex phased properties that we have in Boulder County. This community will include senior housing, multifamily housing, IDD housing, and new opportunities for affordable home ownership. And our mission at BCHA is simple and steady: to sustainably maximize access to quality, affordable housing for Boulder County communities. Housing isn't just a shelter, it's a foundation for opportunity, for health, and for belonging. We operate more than 60 communities across Boulder County, 712 square miles, but none of them have shown the spirit of Willoughby Corner. Every community developed its own identity, and some of my favorite parts of Willoughby Corner always come from lease up. When we leased up Willoughby Corner, it was in the middle of winter. The playground equipment was installed, but there was no subsurface there. Our first buildings to go up were our 9plexes, which are our biggest multifamily units, meaning lots of kids. The kids were really invested when the subsurface was going into this playground, and every day we heard from the community, the children, the staff, when it was going to be installed. When the surface finally went in, the tiny supervisors were fully invested and waiting for us to leave. And while they believed that all was perfect and were convinced that all inspections were completed, they took down the tape. No harm, no foul, all permits were approved. But what it did show, it was a perfect early sign that this community was going to be independent, connected, and determined to build the neighborhood that they wanted. Since this neighborhood has begun, we've had coffee clubs, book clubs, robotics groups, gardening groups, language clubs, and neighbors who truly look out for one another. We now have more than 192 households with over 300 members, and we are excited to hear what their feedback is going to be. RTD runs 2 routes through the neighborhood and uses it as a respite stop for the community. This project was shaped by deep collaboration between the ELAC Group, Old Town, Arbordale Acres, Flag Drive Neighbors, Peak to Peak School, Sister Carmen, Livable of Lafayette, senior advocates, and city staff across planning, engineering, and transportation. We now welcome the voice and advocacy from our 300 residents. Together, we prioritize traffic and safety and respectful transitions to Old Town, transit expansion, and mixed developments. Before we had any residents moved in, we had a huge civil lift. We did new roads, reconstruction of Emma and 120th, 2 roundabouts, signalized intersections, expanded sewer and water systems, stormwater infrastructure, sidewalks, and lighting. There were real challenges. We had weather delays, road impacts, coordination schedules, conflicts with adjacent road work, and stormwater issues and connections. They weren't minor issues, but we've learned a lot from them, and we are moving forward with them into the next phase. Phase 2A includes 32 intentionally designed units shaped in partnership with self-advocates, caregivers, service providers, IDD design experts, and the county's IDD Advisory Council, which contributed more than $2 million for phasing 2A. And I believe we are on to the next slide. Great. So let's see. The funding awards. We are really excited to share that the next 3 phases of Willoughby Corner are fully supported by a strong and diverse funding package, one that keeps homes affordable and financially stable for these programs. Phase 2B received highly competitive 9% LIHTC award, providing $20 million in funding to the project. Phase 2A. Sorry, 2A. Only 10 of 29 applicants were funded in this round. We also secured $2 million in grants from IDDAC, the Intellectual Development Disabilities Advisory Council, and we are proposing 16 project-based vouchers with roughly $2.8 million towards the project to ensure deeply affordable units in the next phasing. Chaffa's Drive at Home program, we obtained $11.4 million to offer home buyers below market 4% mortgage rates. We received $2.52 million from DOLA, and we are grateful for the City of Lafayette for the AHT funds that go towards Willoughby Corner, demonstrating a strong regional partnership in nearly 2.5. We have Worthy Cause in 750 and a 1.2 million in ARPA funding. This money helps us remain affordable, and together these resources will keep Willoughby Corner delivering high-quality, deeply affordable homes. It's a lot of information. Do you all have any questions before we hand it over to the next group? Thank you. Thank you. Walker and Doug.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for your Tuesday evening and your insight tonight. Just to step back a couple slides to orient you within the site plan, I'm Tyler Ellick with Brickwell. We're focused on phase 2A and 2B. And go ahead.
Walker Thrash with Vertical. We're focused on phase 3, the home ownership.
So we look forward to telling you more. And we're really excited about these phases as they represent the completion of a vision started back in 2017 in the evolution and response to really current market conditions, current community needs, and are looking forward to discussing a development that will serve the community that's both physically and economically viable, given the awards and support that Michelle just highlighted. So diving into phase 2A, what you're looking at here is 32 units of neuro-inclusive housing. And this was really formed with the collective vision of a variety of stakeholders and refined over time and iteration. Ultimately, what you see before you is a split between 1 and 2 bedroom units, 1 bed, 1 bath, and 2 bed, 2 bath units. Even 16 serving income levels from 30% to 60% area median income. So with deep affordability, averaging 48% area median income. The target in the original PUD was 60% area median income, just to put it in contrast. And we're really excited about the support we've received from the Boulder County IDD Advisory Committee and the interface with them in really forming this vision along with neuro-inclusive housing solutions, a variety of consultants and input. 2B is located to the west, still kind of west central to the site. What we're envisioning here is also response to phase 1, which is 104 units, but what's not typical in multifamily development is this count of 2 and 3 bedroom units. So the demand, the leasing, and the need that was seen in phase 1, you'll see in 2B is a response to that, with 73% of the units being 2 or 3 bedroom units, as well as the total 104, we have a varying in height from the 3 stories kind of central to the site, and we'll get into this in the next slide. But then, really stepping down in those adjacencies out of respect for the original PUD and the height considered. So really looking at it in contrast, the approved PUD shows the dark blue is 3 stories and 45 feet of height. And you see kind of that central piece on top of the clubhouse too. And the light blue is 2 stories and 35 feet of height. We wanted to acknowledge that at those adjacencies, you'll see 2 and 3 stories with on the left-hand side with the light and dark blue. But as we refine the design, you'll actually see, it's pretty small text, so I'll read it, 28 feet, so well below the 35 feet on the western edge. The majority of the 3-story is 38 feet, which sits below kind of the 43 feet on phase 1. And then there's small kind of elevator core overruns that will sit at 42 feet.
All right, home ownership. So switching gears into phase 3, which is really that northeast corner. Let's stare this way. So one thing on the plat map site plan that you looked at, there's this very homogeneous group of single-family detached homes. A big goal for us was diversity in housing type within the single-family detached. So there's 5 very different unit types ranging, well, I'll just say 900 square feet, 1,024 square feet, 1,216 square feet, 1,344, and then 1,512. The reason to kind of drill into that is that's the diversity of housing type we were shooting for, really talking about affordability, pricing levels. And there's always a conversation within a development about kind of the stepping stone effect of, at what point do you get to enter the market, like in purchase power? Well, within the affordable project, we have a span of $115,000 between highest priced unit and lowest priced unit. If you think about 900 square feet to 1,500 square feet, 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom units, it was very important for us to create desirable product. And we really believe in the single-family detached. There's a couple of images of side yards there. These are actually from deed-restricted projects. And it doesn't seem like much to have a side yard gated, but when you deal with children, animals, any junk you got, right? A side yard really comes in handy for being able to live as an additional living room outside the space, especially when you're talking about smaller square footages. To that end, there's affordability. So currently under the PUD, the cap is 120% area median income. With the funding sources we have, because of how competitive these rounds are getting, we've really done the funding for the first 40 out of 73 homes already through DOH and CHAFA. We have agreed to keep that at below 100% AMI, and we're really serving 60 to 100% AMI on home ownership, which is really is a tough target market to hit and provide that kind of price point. And were it not for, especially right now, everybody's talking about mortgage rates and what's about to happen, who knows? Having the Drive at Home program, there were only 7 awards in the state. So Willoughby Phase 3 was one of those awards. It does create a fixed low mortgage for the buyer. So those first 40 homes right now, that rate should average around 4%, which is critical for price point and qualifying buyers to buy this product. To that end, sustainability is also a big note. Like I said, tough to create home ownership in deed-restricted affordable housing. You can't solve it in just design. You can't solve it in just using grants. It takes several different things. One of them we deployed here in design, and we worked with 2 different architecture firms to really try to create desirable housing, but also some diversity among the product type that we're offering. But modular construction is a piece of it as well. And in times past, there wasn't such a bias to modular construction in these competitive rounds, but Prop 123 has really kind of turned an eye toward innovative construction methodology. And so right now, we've designed this to be 100% modular, which obviously on sustainability, we could probably switch to the next slide. But in sustainability, speaking to Phase 3 and home ownership, modular cuts down on waste, and especially site waste, right? But we're also complying with, and part of going after the Department of Housing funds, we said that we would comply with Department of Energy's, they've changed the name of the program, used to it's back from Excel. We believe the home ownership program will qualify under that as well. And part of the reason we can get to that step in the next gen and the energy efficiency in the homes is because we're building them modular, because we're doing all that testing in the factory. It's not a far leap to actually achieve the next gen under Energy Star. So we're able to use that a little bit as our financing mechanism, and we're working on that currently. And I'll let you speak to Phase 2.
Yeah, and really continuing the momentum, the vision and the goals of Phase 1. Phase 2 is incorporating modern, sustainable technologies, be it ground source heat pumps, as well as solar photovoltaic, to also hit actually new green building standard, silver certification, the new term for zero energy ready homes, that's just changed. But really, knowing that sustainability is just such a core, value and function of this community as a whole, we wanted to uphold and maintain that as well. So, kind of summing it up, what we're looking to deliver in this redesign, first and foremost is 401 units of affordable. So maintaining that unit count, and actually increasing it, I guess, 1 unit, if we're being very specific, but also in doing so deepening affordability. So like I spoke before, averaging 48% area median income, serving the broad spectrum from 30 to 60% in phase 2A in their neuro-inclusive housing, and then averaging 55% area median income versus the 60, and that will range within that same spectrum, but actually 30 to 70% area median income. So we actually see that kind of overlap of incomes as it relates to, that renter being able to look across the street and say, someday I'm going to buy that home across the street because I know my neighbor. So we're really excited about that as far as accomplishing affordability when it comes to diverse broad spectrum housing. I think I just stole your next
Diversity is my
point.
line item.
Sorry.
In the housing types, staff covered it, right? You have 5 different types of home ownership product that we're offering. You have the IDD or newer inclusive, and then deeply affordable in the rental. So pretty broad spectrum of housing. We touched on sustainability. As you go to contextual, and one thing I skipped in the slide, I think this might be at least worth looking at. So Tyler talked about scaling down the multifamily as you hit the western edge of the project, and that's in 2-story. Well, also, it was important to create that kind of low-density front door to the project, so that single-family detached really is your kind of full, we call it front porch to the development as you're coming in from the major thoroughfares. And the height of the actual single-family structures is roughly 25 feet at the max. So they're really kind of bringing the scale down at the edges.
Yeah, and I think livability was the next one. And it's really, we can even go back to the site plan. It's what I love about my job, which is envisioning that future resident. I think the benefit we have is phase 1 has come to life. There are lessons learned, and there's a vibrant community that exists. As we approach phase 2 and phase 3, we thought, how do we drive community and continue to connect these residents and provide the best lifestyle we can for them? So a lot of the moves you see here is changing a lot of building form and really driveways. For one, the functional components of infrastructure, spacing, taps, a little more boring talking point, but certainly necessary when it comes to water, sewer, et cetera, and all the modern conveniences it brings. But also, opening up space and adjacencies for the entire community, creating centralized amenity in that second clubhouse, actually in red, that's now a standalone without units above it, and creating kind of walkable trails, paths where you could loop a quarter of the community, half of it, the entire thing, and really driving that sense of neighborhood that I think was intended, or we've observed was intended from the outset in 2017. And really that, to me, that resident experience and that livability is what makes me excited about this community and to do my job.
All right. If livability makes you excited, viability makes me excited. So, end of the day, there's been, I think, 6 or 7 different entities that have underwritten, weighed in on this project, that have offered either program or grant, obviously for the various different housing types. But I think what's important today, and some of, this plan is iterated a little bit based on the financing in those different programs to try to fit, as perfectly as we could into the different boxes to make it a viable project. But important to talk about today is if this and should this go forward, Phase 2 and Phase 3 really are in a position, the capital is in place, the financing is in place to actually go out and break ground, start to take care of the water liability, and really, most importantly, deliver a lot of housing units in a pretty short window of time, all within the affordable range, which we're really excited about. So I think that's enough presenting for now. And open to any and all questions.
Thank you so much. Now it is our turn for council to ask any questions of the applicant or of staff. Any councilors want to start? Councilor Jensen.
Yeah, I'm looking through this presentation and I'm trying to figure out what was the total number of units in for sale housing previously? I don't know if you know the answer to that.
Yeah, within the agreement, it was 70 to 80. So we're at 73. I think as you looked at the initial plan, it shows 80. In the, yeah. It shows 80 in the original drawing, but we're at 73.
And now
currently.
we have 30, is that right?
73.
73, so we've lost 8, but
That's
not,
right.
not okay. Well, that's better than I thought, so thank you. I don't know if you're the right person to answer on my questions, so I think some of them are
That's fine.
designed, sorry.
I appreciate it.
Okay. So the Outlot A revisions, I do think that was, that Outlot did provide previously the sort of northern section of the property with some place to do amenities. And I hear you now saying that we've got a little extra space down just south of that. If I recall, the amenities were a community garden and maybe another playground-ish area, right, in Outlot A. Will we retain those amenities through these now what are 2 outlots and one smaller one than we had before? How are we gonna, what are we gonna do there?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I think the site plan's maybe the best visual to look at. So, you know, the reduction in Outlot A actually created a net additional 4,000 square feet of open space on the south side adjacent to those existing amenities where the community garden is, the original clubhouse, pickleball, basketball court. Here we go. Oh,
There's this.
you have a better one?
The city does, yeah. The city does.
Yeah, so there's, if you don't mind.
Can you take a microphone with you?
The green light, yeah. The green
Got
light's
it.
gotta be on. Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear me? All right. I'm not great at these. So, you know, originally what was in Outlot A was actually, this was all parking adjacent to it. And, you know, this was a bit of an exposed kind of northwestern frontage. This reduction freed up what would be a net 4,000 square feet on the south. But actually what it also enabled us to do is, you know, provide open green space between the buildings here and adjacent on the east side of both multifamily buildings as well. So we saw, you know, the opportunity here where if you're parking and walking in, the entry points to have, you know, pocket parks and additional space for residents to enjoy, as well as really create a meaningful moment here that's not only for Phase 2, but also the existing Phase 1, and really bringing people together where they should, not should, but where they have the opportunity to congregate. So that was the overall design intent as we iterated as a team.
So my other question is really in the big picture one of this whole PUD amendment was generated by utilities issues, and I don't really understand that. could you, I know you mentioned that at the beginning, if we had questions, could you explain what happened? Let me just back up and say, I think there has been some feedback from the people who were involved in ELAC that we thought we had a good plan, and now you're changing it, you know? And so it'd be really good for the community to understand what sort of precipitated the need for this change. It could be different financing, it could be the need for the neurodivergent wing. I mean, there are lots of things that could be the answer, but I think we need for the community, especially the people who are engaged in that process, to understand clearly how we got here.
Yeah, that's a really great question. Thank you, Counselor Jensen. So one of the main pieces you said is the IDD community. And so I have said this before, but I've heard from a lot of families with children of IDD, both in Boulder County hearing rooms and as well as this hearing room, where they don't know where their kids are going to live safely after they move on from here. So that really resonated with me. So 3 years ago, our staff really started diving in and researching what would it look like to bring an IDD housing to Boulder County. So we've attended conferences, we've done research, and met with the IDD Council. As I previously, before taking on the role of Executive Director of the Housing Authority, I was the Deputy Director of Housing and Human Services, where the IDD Advisory Council lives, the mill levy funding lives. So it was something that I was hearing about pretty frequently. And so it became really important for us to start seeing if this was a possibility. And as time went on, it became more and more of a possibility. So I am thrilled to be able to bring that that diversity of housing type to this project. However, that does mean that we had to change the project a little bit. And so when you choose, you have chosen is what my mom always told me. And so that was one of those things. And so that IDD housing, those 32 units, is a bigger footprint than we had initially anticipated. It's the same amount of units, but it's a different development type. Initially, it was going to be similar to what is there now in those 9-plexes. This community, though, the 2A, is a really beautiful community. So we really did a ton of engagement work with this population, and we have built what I kind of refer to, and probably because it's top of mind for me, is like kind of like a dorm room. And so there's a lot of safety features when you walk into the building. There's a lot of room for programming so people can engage on the property. They don't ever have to leave the property for anything if they don't want to. We also know that people with IDD on average have over 26 providers in their life. And so having meeting space and services offered on site is very, very important. And so we designed the building that way. And then there's even this beautiful courtyard. There's a walking path all within the building. So it's a bigger footprint than we had initially maybe imagined. And we also didn't want it to feel like a facility or a hospital. That's not what this is. And so we really were thoughtful in that. But when we made those choices, that undoubtedly impacted the rest of the project. So we can't build 128 townhomes. It's just not feasible. I think the other thing that's really important to name in terms of why BCHA is really moving this forward in terms of changes is the sustainability issue. So as you know, we built all those geothermal so that we can service the whole community. We cannot provide geothermal in townhomes. I don't know why that was some type of oversight in 2022, but it is not feasible. So in order for us to use all the geothermal that is there on the property, and we want to because it is the right thing to do and it meets our environmental goals, we really did need a bigger building. So I think that utility piece comes into play there. But everything that Jacob talked about on the utility side is, accurate. I don't know what happened back in 2017 or when the design happened, or in 2022, so I can't speak to that. I was not on staff then, but those are some of the other things that are happening for context.
Councilor Buller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all of you for the presentation. There's a lot of really exciting stuff in here. I really love the neurodivergent IDD idea and what's on the table. I love a lot of the sustainability elements that you've shared. We have heard a lot from the community, and I do want to push back on the notion that these are small changes.
Sure.
This is a pretty radical shift in terms of the type of housing, the locations, particularly for some folks who are currently living in Willoughby Corner, who've written to us and noted, like, I moved in with the expectation of X, and now Y is on the docket. So I do kind of want y'all's sense in terms of that piece of this is actually a pretty substantial change on offer. I like a lot of it, but I think this is a substantial change. And then additionally, I'm very impressed by the presentation. I'm excited for new leadership. I really appreciate your candor. Sometimes we get things wrong, and recognizing that moving forward is important. But I think for us up here, and then the folks in the community, what kind of commitment do we have that 4 years from now, we won't have a different presentation from a different team saying, I don't know what they were talking about. You can absolutely put geothermal in townhouses. You see what I'm saying? So sorry to put you on the spot, but I think these are important questions the community's raising. Thank you.
Sure. No, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to imply they're small changes. They are big changes. Yeah, I understand the height especially is probably the biggest change in the larger building. It was not meant to be that way, but I do think as we sat down as a team, we really did want to do what's the best for long term. And the 73 homes is single family homes. That was not in the original design. And that really drove us. And I do want to say that 2 years ago, 4 years ago, there were not funding opportunities to build those single family homes. So for us, we didn't think it was possible. BCHA didn't think it was possible to build single family, which is another probably reason they drove the duplexes and townhomes. But we've seen a big shift in that funding now. And so that's exciting for us to deliver on affordable homeownership. As you know, that housing type is the least available housing type for people. So not a lot of housing authorities do homeownership development. It's a first for us at BCHA. And I don't know another housing authority that's really doing projects at the scale. So we're really excited to be able to deliver that to you. So yeah, I don't mean that they're small changes, absolutely not, but I do think that there are some really other, like between the IDD and the affordable housing, for us, it was worth going down this road of big changes.
Thank you.
And our goals in 4 years that were, before then cutting ribbons and, seeing this vision through with the commitments in hand, which is exciting. It's deliverable now.
Councilor Gianello?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation, the discussion. I want to dive into some of the numbers just a little bit more to make sure I understand what we're looking at. The neurodiverse housing, neuro-inclusive housing, is how many units?
32.
32. And then the multifamily, I think, is 104, I heard?
Correct, yes.
And then the single-family detached?
73.
And all the single-family detached will be a for-sale product?
That's
Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And we had a decrease in the number of for sales, just a slight number from the previous plan.
I'll say one math that's tough to pull together because you have phase one as well is net, I believe we have one extra unit.
Yeah.
So it's 401
Yeah.
rather than 400.
Yep, nope, and that, I appreciate that. The previous plan had townhomes, some of them would have been for sale and some of them would have been not for sale, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I want to talk about parking a little bit. Can you summarize the parking here? Like how many spaces are we looking at for each, single family unit and where are those at? And then the multifamily?
So I can speak to the single family. There's 2 parking spaces on lot per unit.
Okay.
So it is a 2-to-1. So
Yep.
it's still achieved. It is in a mix of 2-car garages in some of the larger units, single car carport with a single pad next to it, and then in the very smallest courtyard, a tandem parking spot for 2 cars, but all retained
On-site.
within the lot.
And I think that's kind of similar to how the duplexes and the townhomes
Very
were.
similar.
That's right. And so then now for the multifamily, obviously, we don't have that on site.
Right.
So we have the big parking lots there.
Correct.
Okay. And there's no covered parking for the multifamily?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's, open for the community, kind of first come, first serve, not kind of exclusive spots.
Yep, okay.
So there's flexibility there.
Yep. I think in the presentation packet, I didn't hear too much about the community outreach that was done. So maybe can you talk a little bit about the outreach that was done for presenting this to us?
Sure.
Absolutely.
You want to come on?
Sure.
Why not?
You were the leader.
Yeah, we complied with all of Lafayette's standard. And we had 2 engagements on site, one with current residents. We had a lot of families come out. We had over 100 residents have dinner. We had 31 stay for the presentation. So we did receive feedback there. And then we also had one based on the mailings that went out. And we had 7 people, I believe, attend. So it was low attendance. But we did all that we could. I think we did more. It was on several websites. We did mailings. And we have more planned. So this isn't over. We have several more in the works now. I think our next one is in July. I don't know the date offhand, but I will make sure to get it to you all. But we're working really closely with city staff on that as well.
Okay, yeah. The reason I ask is I know there was a lot of planning and outreach that went into the previous plan. And I think it was for the whole site as opposed to just this sort of northern half of the site, I guess. I don't know if that's about right. And I'm concerned, because there was this whole advisory group that was, communities that are in neighboring communities. And it doesn't sound like those people were really reached out to in this, outreach. Is that right?
Correct. I believe the ELAC group, they no longer meet. And so we did not do any personal outreach to them. Now, several of them still attended that meeting. 3 of them, in fact, of the 7 were former ELAC members.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Go ahead. I think I'm good for the moment. I need a little bit to organize my thoughts.
Councilor Jensen?
Where are you getting the modular units that you are purchasing?
Those are coming from Kansas City.
So, given that we have a modular factory, why did you not consider that option?
Well,
that's a good question. Actually, Dan's here, which is really exciting for us. There's a couple of reasons. One of them being, from my perspective, I'll let Walker talk about his, is the architectural side. So they're a new mod facility. I think they're doing amazing work. Dan's a great partner. But we didn't have flexibility on the design, and we really wanted that to make sure that it's matching the aesthetic that's currently built.
Say that again. I'm sorry. What about the design?
So the way that the mod facility currently operates is they have just 2 plans, I believe. Dan, is that 2?
Well, yeah, we've got one base plan and we're working on others.
Yeah, and so because they're new and they're just getting started, they don't have the architectural flexibility that we were looking for.
And can I speak to this? Because Dan and I have actually spoken. We're only talking about the first 40 of 73 right now from that factory. The other 33 undecided.
Okay.
But it was considered, just so you know, we have talked to Dan. So.
And perhaps still under consideration.
Yes,
that's right.
Under consideration, yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor
Yeah, I
Janelle?
just have a couple more. Earlier in your presentation, you talked about, we're doing this multifamily as a response to phase 1, where now we have 73% are 2 and 3 bedrooms. Can you elaborate on that? I don't quite understand how that's a response, and I think it's just a lack of information.
I mean, what you see in typical multifamily or apartment development is just a few select corners will be 3-bedroom units. So usually that's 8 to 10% of the unit mix. In working with Kephart, our architect, and the design team, we wanted to create unit plans that could also fit in line in the building. Obviously, a little more space to accommodate, but you're accommodating families and more people and driving the community and serving that need. So, in leaning into both the 2 and 3 bedroom units, that was really based on finding 3-bedroom units were the first to lease up in phase 1. And, I would assume still have a waiting list. So, in observing the market, saying, how do we meet this need that we're seeing, extraordinary demand or larger demand, the design that you see today is a response to that.
I see. So we're trying to prioritize having these bigger units, given that that's what really was, that there was a lot of demand for those in phase 1. Do you know what the breakdown of 1-bedroom to 2 and 3-bedroom in phase 1 is? I mean, I'm trying to wonder,
we can look it up.
Is it a number? It sounds like it's a demand response as opposed to we had only very few 2 and 3 bedrooms in Phase 1, and there was demand for them, and so now we're trying to shift, really come more into that, but maybe it's more, we know there's demand for it, so we want to prioritize that.
Yeah, and during lease-up, our 1 bedrooms were the last ones to go, and currently they stay vacant the longest. Our 2 and 3 bedrooms lease up quicker than any other ones. We'll get the number exactly for you, but we did do a market study on this, and it did show that it supported 2 and 3 bedrooms over 1 bedroom.
Yeah, and I think that seems logical to me, given that families need a place to stay, and it just doesn't work in a 1 bedroom, right? So that's great. I guess one other question I have is just, I'm still not convinced about the inability to add townhomes or duplexes to this mix of housing types. And just would love to have a little bit more response to that, because we got a lot of land, and just, I don't want to call it a cookie cutter, because I do appreciate the variety of different single-family detached that you've got there, but there was a lot of effort put in to get these, community-accepted townhomes, a lack of that type of housing in the area. I mean, most of Lafayette is single-family detached. We're not adding new types of housing to Lafayette with this plan. We had that with the last plan, so I'd love to have.
So, yeah, because that's a loaded question, right?
Just a little.
So, let me answer it maybe in 2 parts, right? One is, yes, we're not gaining a new type, right, in single-family detached, but one thing I would say is we're definitely gaining a new type in size, price point, and where attached product typically serves a market rate, like take all the deed restrictions out, right? It typically allows the smaller unit type, more entry-level unit type. What's interesting in modular, and as you couple it with insurance now in the state and that market hardening with product defect, we are able to produce the smaller and single-family detached home for less than the townhome in an adjoined attached product. Modular is a big driver of that, right? But another factor is in a lot of the townhome design, we've got a 2-car garage, which actually ironically makes that the larger product in some of our deed restricted product. It's not the entry level, it's more like you grow into the townhome. So really, when we were looking at diversity of product type, trying to bring new product type, 900 square feet, 1,000, 1,200, in modular, with the amount of off-site work that can be done without stitching them together, it's actually more cost efficient for us.
Yeah, okay.
And I would say this, the size of the lot, because that can be misleading. How do we get 73 single-family detached when there were only 80 townhomes? These lots are just a few feet wider than the original townhome lot. Or these are 16-foot wide structures with small side yards, really like designed into the inch, right?
Yeah.
That's why we're yielding a very similar number.
Yeah, I've been pushing tiny home in the land use code.
This is close.
And this is as close as I
The
see
smallest unit here,
to anything.
which is my favorite plan, is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, ranch style, age in place. Some of them we're doing type A fully accessible, even though that's not a code restriction because we can. That's the least expensive we can produce it is in a modular form.
Interesting, really interesting.
It's only 900 square feet.
It's a great size home,
Right.
honestly.
Oh, it's an awesome home.
I do just want to add that I talk to a lot of people in my role. I sit in on home ownership classes, and I hear over and over and over, people can't afford anything that they're approved to purchase, and they end up leaving Boulder County. And so this was really important for us to, one, bring in that low interest rate that we get to pass on to the buyer, which is incredible, really incredible, but also having the single family home. It's just a dream for so many people, and to know we can deliver is really important to me personally.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions from council at this moment?
I had a question about the 2 units that are up by Outlot A that are now going to be much closer to the world than they were. Is there no solution to pulling them back a little? That feels like it's not very workable.
This is one thing, and we've been scratching our heads on this a little bit. I think, yes, I think we can still achieve close to the same setback if we reorient some of the mix of the housing and end up with two of our smallest product of the two-story, not the 900 square foot, but the 1,000 square foot, which is actually a smaller footprint on the very edge of the product. We're doing it, we're trying to figure it out right now, but I think it fits with the same setback requirement we were looking for in the 29 feet on the rest of them.
And then I have a related question on the the 120th side. So you're gonna have the detention pond there. Is the detention pond safe? Is there a fence? Is there anything to keep children from it? You're now having a little bit more access, maybe not a ton more, but a little bit closer for children to walk out their door and fall in a pond. So I'm just curious about what the safety situation is with the detention pond that's now closer to people's houses.
There it is.
Yeah, Connor Culligan, civil engineer. So that detention pond is constructed today. The slopes, there's no walls or anything like that on the west side. It's kind of gentle slopes that kids could roll down if they wanted to. We generally try to keep people out of the pond. You obviously won't get in there when there's water. But the intent is not to close that off. We want that to feel a little more open. That whole pond is vegetated. We'll also have a walking path around that pond that will follow the kind of natural shape of that pond. So there'll be, from kind of the top of that slope to the front of the house, there's probably 25 feet or so. And that includes the trail, some planting, and then the front of your lot as well.
And do you have a diagram? Well, you have this diagram. I'm trying to envision it. It's like 9 more less feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to, so where's the walking path in the diagram on the left?
Take the microphone here. So this is that 6 to 8 foot trail that falls around the pond on the west side. So this is kind of that embankment slope down into the pond. And then this trail is going to be kind of meandering, but generally probably 5 to 10 feet from the edge of that walk to the edge of the lot. And then that'll be your home space behind that. So that's where this kind of 25 foot buffer to the
And
pond
what
is.
if we didn't do that? What would happen?
If we push these homes back,
If we kept the existing?
if we kept that existing, calculating, I think you'd really start to lose the carports and the parking behind the homes. Right now, we have homes and the carports. You're parking your 2 spaces behind your house. As you lose that 9 feet, you would almost lose that length for parking, or you would lose that length for parking.
Okay.
And one of the main constraints there is there's the sanitary line that serves all of phase 1 is in that alley, so we really don't have room to move those homes west because of that existing sanitary line.
Any further questions from council? Councilor Giambilli?
2 quick ones, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, is there any shift in terms of the parking considerations or number of parking lots between the previous and what's on the table right now?
Not on the home ownership side. What's that? Yeah, it's 2 to 1 as well.
Okay, it's the same.
Yeah.
I thought it was 1.7 in the.
On 2B it is, correct.
Yeah, just on the home ownership, it's 2 to 1.
Yeah. And really, kind of the difference, one, we're kind of exceeding parking standards, certainly. But when you have a townhome with 2 parking spaces behind a garage door, that can be used by 1 occupant of that unit. When you have the flexibility of parking, that parking demand is really kind of driven by the community. So, we're exceeding those minimums and also creating that flexibility in parking area at the 1.7.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's helpful. And then I'm sorry to be pedantic, but maybe slide 20, if you could skip forward. This has been throwing me off. I want to make sure I'm reading this right. On the right graphic, the sun is facing it. The shade is wrong, right? I'm not misreading this? the sun would be hitting this on the south and.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep,
Thank
yep,
you.
southern sky, you're right.
No worries, I'm sorry to be pedantic, I
We're in the
was
upside
afraid I was misreading it. I did want to ask though, in terms of that, we've grappled with this challenge and I saw that there's solar panels on the roofs. I was just wondering, had y'all considered other areas to add in solar panels, sustainability measures for that very large parking surface? Just thinking of the hailstorm in Denver that slaughtered a bunch of cars yesterday.
Right. I think it's a worthwhile consideration as far as kind of right sizing our solar electricity generation and protecting cars. You know, I think the opportunity that we see here in those 2B buildings is a really nice southern frontage in that, you know, gable pitch of the roof. But I take the comment and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now Councilor Gianella.
Can you pull up the map that has the utilities on it, if you wouldn't mind? Yeah, here you go. Yep.
Oops, one.
Yeah, here. I just want to understand a little bit about the multifamily and the spacing between these buildings. It's hard for me to judge how close they are. I mean, I think there was a little bit of talk of green space in between them, and I understand that this is oriented like this because of this stormwater drainage. So maybe can you, I'll stop talking, let you go from there. I might have more.
Yeah, it's roughly 25 to 30 feet. Thankfully, I have Connor here. You know, between those two buildings. So in many instances, about a 1-to-1, you know, ratio from kind of height to the bottom of the gable there to that green space. And really the goal was to create also an east-west connector within the community. So this then now can be kind of a landscape strip connecting the neighborhood as well.
Yeah, appreciate that. I mean, it seems better than walking through a parking lot. You go through a place that's got some landscaping and other people maybe walking in through there.
Exactly.
This is not, and so this is not a car drive aisle.
Correct.
Okay.
I maybe would point out that before, half of that was a car drive aisle, or I should say a quarter for where the access was off of Canterbury to the west. So we're kind of creating, I would say, a more comprehensive pedestrian path from east to west there.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about the neuro-inclusive housing. I saw in the packet, there was a mention that the Planning Commission, you know, gave appreciation for it, but kind of nowhere in the packet did it really talk about this. And so this is like my first hearing about it is tonight, you know, and so I'm just want to learn a little bit more about it, you know, what makes it unique? Why, in the plan, it looks like it's multifamily. To me, that just says it's apartments. It does, you know, and so I'm just feel like I'm learning this for the first time and I want to understand more about.
I'm not going to explain to you like the programming or anything that, because I don't know any of that. We'll have the applicant come up. I did want to kind of say why there's a light touch with it, is this is still falling under, this is a new change, but it's still falling under the approved PUD. It is going to come back in front of you as part of a site plan architectural review.
Okay.
So it's about striking that balance where we want to present it and show it as a change and in a new housing product, but also not get too far into it so that you're not, because you have it coming before you again, it's not at a public hearing, at a public meeting for a site plan architectural review. So that's why we kind of took a light touch on it.
Okay.
And then I hope, you know, if we get too far into the details, I would ask Mary Lynn to set us straight and keep us out of trouble.
Okay. And then it looks to me like the change from the previous plan is to reduce the size of that building in terms of number of units, because we've got this different arrangement of what works for this type of community. We need to have more of these kind of dorm style or other services or things like that. And so in a way, you know, we're losing, I think by my calculation, it was like 18 units in that one building. Maybe it was 14 units.
36 to 32. It was 36 units in 4 9-plexes.
Oh,
kind of repeating.
I see.
So we're losing a couple. Okay, I thought it was much more than that, kind of based on some of the numbers I asked about earlier.
And we're losing them, but we are adding them onto that.
Yep.
Those larger buildings.
Yeah,
So the
exactly.
count will stay the same.
Okay, I think that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Jensen?
I just have not a question, but a comment. I hear you saying that with regard to the parking, the way that we get to the 1.7 is because some people are not home sometimes and other people are home, and then we don't need 2 parking spaces per unit because it's a mix of folks. I have had some complaints from seniors that by the time they get home from work, all the parking close to their building is taken up, and you've probably heard that too.
I do.
And especially in the winter, if it's icy, that's really a challenge, and I just wanted to give you that feedback, and it has nothing to do with what we're approving here today, but I just thought you might, I don't know if they've shared that with you, they've shared it with me.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Right, any other questions from council? Okay. Hearing no more questions for the staff or the applicant, we will move on to public testimony. At this time, we will hear from any interested members of the public who wish to address the city council about the sketch plan application for a PUD amendment. Please fill out a speaker form if you haven't already and hand it to the city clerk. When you come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Before I call up the first speaker, I'm going to note for the record that it is 8:44 p.m. Our first speaker tonight will be Karen Norbeck.
Mayor, because we had a couple of council members step out, we should probably wait till they get back
Oh.
to begin public testimony.
I would love to have a short break.
Yes, let's do that. Let's take a short break. We will be back shortly.
All right, thank you. Everybody went, and I also.
Norbeck.
Karen Norbeck, 800 East Geneseo. Good evening. Tonight, you're reviewing amendments that amount to a complete rewrite of a planning commission and council-approved sketch plan, and I'm incredibly disappointed in what I see. I sent you the original sketch plan presentation on the weekend that shows the attention given to the community. Traffic concerns were addressed with lights, circles, and bus routes. The height and scale of the development was designed to lessen the visual impact by putting the three-story apartments at the south side and coming down in height to the northern side at Emma, where the focus was on trying to emulate the look of Old Town with smaller scale homes and front yards set back from the street. I was here when the council approved the $3.5 million purchase of the property with a plan to partner with BCHA to build affordable housing. I attended the first neighborhood meeting, had coffee with members of the development team, and then became a member of ELAC, the East Lafayette Advisory Committee, charged with providing input on the development plans. As a representative of Old Town, I was an advocate for those residents who would be affected by the addition of 400 more housing units in an area that already deals with heavy traffic from peak to peak and takes pride in its uniqueness. The issue was, how do we lessen the impact of an entirely new neighborhood on our oldest? For 5 years, I attended every ELAC, public, planning commission, and council meeting pertaining to this development, as well as the groundbreaking and grand opening events. I easily have over 100 documents in my laptop related to it. I posted detailed updates about the process and plans on Nextdoor. I was here when the council at BCHA's request authorized an $88,000 contribution for community outreach, and I spent many hours on the phone with Marcus Packner, hired to conduct that outreach. I reached out to local historian Doug Conroe to get some history about this land, leading to it being called Willoughby Corner. While a supporter of affordable housing going back decades, I was not involved to be a cheerleader. Some might tell you I was a hard ass about this project, and they would be right. I was pushing for the best outcome for the community, and I'm doing that again tonight. BCHA went above and beyond to engage the community about this development and highlighted that in their 2019 presentation. But tonight you're presented with what might be the best, or is it the worst, example of how not to build in Lafayette. We have a complete disregard of all those years of work and outreach. A new team has come in with a broad and heavy brush rather than a scalpel and swept away all that vision, done the bare minimum of outreach, and brought you a plan that seems to be the antithesis of what the city wants from new developments and what was promised to the community. We see rows of the same housing type, three-story apartments in the middle of a development towering over the single-family housing behind. I watched as you spent hours making point after point about diversity in housing, massing scale, and avoiding rows of the same housing type for other developments. Current planning staff was not here at the outset, but we were assured that this would be handled the same as any other project, and that's what the Planning Commission did in May. Commissioners pointed out the lack of housing stock in between apartments and homes, saying there was no middle housing to move up or down to, allowing residents to stay in their neighborhood as life changed, and pointed also to the small side yards that would require owning a mower instead of designing houses around a courtyard. But the question of the night from Commissioner Phillips went right to the heart of the problem. Why 400 units? The answer, because we have to. That's what the agreement was. But the agreement can be changed. Imagine working on a jigsaw puzzle of a puppy and kitten that has too many pieces, but you have to use them. You jam them in somehow, even if they don't interlock, and now the puppy has 3 eyes and the kitten an extra leg. That is the issue here. It's not that the previous design was faulty, it's that the number of units for the property was too high right from the start. If that number can be lowered, we could get back to the kind of thoughtful design that was promised to the community, one we can be proud of. I found out about this amendment on Lafayette Listens, and after proclaiming, how dare they, complained to staff about the lack of notification. Susanna kindly reached out and arranged a virtual chat for Vicki Hewlin and me. We thought the changes must be related to funding issues, but instead it was shocking to hear her say the first plan was missing utility boxes and the roadways were not big enough, hence the changes. We were also told that duplexes were removed because they are not wanted and are the last to sell. The PC chair rightfully said speed of sales is not their concern. This clunky new sketch plan is so far from what we were promised and what we deserve. Tonight I ask you to push back on these changes. What needs amending here is the unit count, not a complete rewrite of the original plan. You have the power to fix this jigsaw puzzle and save us from the 3-eyed dog. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Tony Munoz.
Hello, Council. I'm Tony Munoz. I'm located at 214 North Michigan Avenue, Lafayette, also known as 500 East Base Lane. I am here to I don't really agree with a lot of the changes. I do have some concerns about the comment that they can't do geothermal in apartment buildings or multi-units. Josephine Commons is geothermal. So I'm confused about that, or maybe uneducated on it. So that's one question I would address right off the bat. I was with all of the planners. Even our priest would go to these meetings. These were meetings that we went to constantly. There I was after work taking all these seniors looking for housing. They were so excited. I have since placed all of them. The last person I took to Josephine Commons, okay, so we have to hire a senior specialist just to get people into Willoughby Corner or Josephine Commons or a lot of our affordable housing programs. Either the individual will make too much, not enough, they don't have the right percentage based on their availability of units and what subsidiaries they're getting for this unit versus that unit. Seriously, I don't know what that was about, but it's painful for all of these seniors. Again, know our audience. These are not people that are making $110,000 a year. Therefore, they're not reading every day like some people. Some folks are constantly reading and researching, and they're not understanding all of this. They just know that they want a pretty unit to live in, okay? I feel like this is just the developer trying to change what they originally agreed to. We gave them tax breaks. We went through a number of meetings. I can't imagine that we were that unprepared or that uneducated, and now suddenly we're having to change this. What's going to happen in 3 years? They're going to change it again. I think it has to do with profit margins. Right now, people are not buying as much as they used to, let's be honest. And the 4% will help. Kudos to that. But the last time I had looked at the numbers, I have rentals, and they need to work on the purchase prices also, because their rentals were not as affordable. I have rentals, I know. I've had a rental since 1992, I've had rentals. So it's not like I'm new to them. And all of mine are affordable, they're 2 bedrooms. And so I was really excited when this, we were getting more housing for our folks. Again, it just took so long and it was so complicated. They went other places. So I really feel like this is, I don't feel comfortable with this being brought up. I just feel like there's a reason for these changes, and I don't think it's for the public. Reduction in lot sizes and, trying to get us to change our setbacks. Prices have dropped in housing, so now why not, sell more houses as opposed to townhomes, my profit's better. I'm in real estate. The 3-story, oh my gosh, are you guys kidding? It's Lafayette. We're not a big municipality. Erie has so much land compared to us. We were never designed to be a big community. We're still not moving in that route. The members of Lafayette, that's why they live here. That's why we pay these prices to live here. Now they want to reduce to modular building. Okay, I have mixed use on this, and I'm running out of time. I have researched the geothermal. I have researched modular housing. I just finished building a 900 square foot unit here in Lafayette. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. With the quality of a modular home, they had best reduce the prices then, because they're going to, there goes their profits are going up again. They've got to give us a break as the city. I think that's it. Thank you for your time, and please, everyone, let's really research this and not have it change in another 3 years so that we can change it again. Let's get a plan going, stick to it, and see Lafayette just grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Vicki Euland.
Hi, I'm Vicki Euland, 303 West Simpson Street, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a member of the East Lafayette Advisory Committee for Willoughby Corner. With ELAC, I volunteered 5 years and hundreds of hours to helping the city and BCHA create an affordable housing development that is truly a part of the community rather than a disconnected housing project on the outskirts of town. We felt like we had achieved that with the PUD and sketch plan that was approved by council in 2022. But now BCHA wants to completely change phases 2 and 3 of that plan with very little public input. When the sketch plan was being developed, BCHA touted how much public engagement they had conducted. They showed Planning Commission a slide about their community-wide outreach, including open houses, community coffee and backyard meetings, and working with ELAC. For the major changes to more than half of the development that BCHA is asking for tonight, they did the minimum, notified neighbors within 800 feet of Willoughby Corner. Because there are so few properties in this notification area, ELAC successfully lobbied for the BCHA to send out neighborhood meeting notices to all of Old Town and Flag Drive for the original PUD and sketch plan. BCHA chose not to do that this time, nor did it notify ELAC members, even though Stephen Williams told us he suggested they do that. So what you're seeing tonight is a sketch plan with no input from ELAC and minimal input from people who live outside of Willoughby Corner and will be directly affected by these changes. That's concerning to me. Also of concern is how this new plan ignores a key thing that neighbors had asked for in the development and that BCHA said in their initial sketch plan presentation that it was emphasizing, which is duplicating the Old Town residential character. There are 2 key aspects of that. The first is building heights. BCHA and ELAC worked out a plan to put the 3-story multifamily buildings at the south end of the lot where there were already tall industrial buildings. Then there was a step down to 2-story townhomes and duplexes as the development neared Emma and Canterbury, which is more in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood. As you know, the comp plan, the Old Town residential overlay zoning, and the draft land use code all specifically mention step downs. Now BCHA wants to plop down 3-story apartment buildings in the middle of the development. So from south to north, the development would go from 3-story to 2-story multifamily housing buildings, then back to 3-story multifamily, and then to 2-story single family. This patchwork of building heights is a major departure from what BCHA promised us they would build and what Old Town residential zoning calls for. When Karen Norback and I asked the BCHA executive director why BCHA wanted these changes, she said it was mainly due to 2 things: adding neurodiverse housing, and that BCHA thinks they can sell single-family homes better than duplexes. She also said this to Planning Commission. Also, she said during Phase 1, BCHA didn't build the infrastructure, including utility boxes and road widths, necessary to construct the duplexes and townhomes they had told us they would build. Staff also mentioned this infrastructure issue during the PC meeting, which begs the question, why did this happen? The other thing ELAC and surrounding neighborhoods asked for in order to duplicate the Old Town residential character is substantial front setbacks along Emma. In 2019, we reluctantly signed off on reducing the front setbacks from 36 feet to 15 feet because BCHA said they needed that. Now BCHA says they need 8-foot setbacks in order to build the single-family homes they want. These tiny setbacks will not look like any of the residential properties surrounding Willoughby Corner. Finally, the mix of housing BCHA now proposes, apartments and single-family homes, is not in keeping with the proposed form-based land use code. The original Willoughby Corner plan called for 3 types of housing, multifamily duplexes and townhomes, which is closer to the 4 types of residences the code calls for in neighborhood mixed-use centers of this size. Now BCHA is proposing only 2 types of housing grouped together in a way that's in opposition to the form-based code. What I'd like for you to do is to send BCHA back to the drawing board. If they want to completely change more than half of the sketch plan that was originally approved by council, then I think they need to do more public input than the bare minimum of a neighborhood meeting. Also, and I don't say this lightly, this is the most biased presentation I have ever heard from staff regarding a development. I hope you will take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Christy Walsh.
Good evening, my name is Christy Walsh. I'm 330 North 120th Street. I first want to say that I support affordable housing. I also want to see development that supports the character and values of the town and doesn't compromise the quality of life of the existing residents. The ELAC spent considerable time, and the city likely spent considerable dollars to find a consensus that was palatable to everyone. I found out about these massive modifications from Karen and Vicky in their Substack report at a political hobbyist in Lafayette, co.substack.com, and the article entitled Bait and Switch at Willoughby Corner. I wholeheartedly support everything discussed in the article. But let's talk about some other things. The outreach was billed as just another open house. There is absolutely no indication in the outreach that this was a massive diversion from what had been agreed upon by the ELAC. And I live across the street from the development. I just, as a neighbor, and I was also a member of the ELAC, I feel completely blindsided by these changes. During the Planning Commission meeting, the bait and switches just kept coming. The BCHA left me with the impression they were completely unaware and uncaring of the agreements that had been reached with ELAC. Well, these are not contractual, they were handshake agreements with the community that decent, honorable people should want to uphold. Tonight, they claim awareness of those agreements, but now say they didn't make any changes in the last month. One tiny example is the style of housing. This is one point that everyone on the agreement ELAC committee seemed to agree on, is to have housing styles and characters with original Old Town. No flat roofs, no weird shapes or roof sloped all to one side requiring unnecessary height. Just traditional, charming housing styles. A point that Norris Design, the only person on their group to be from the original development time, is aware of. And yet, based on the housing styles in their presentation to the Housing Committee and today, they are diverging from this simple, easily accommodated promise. During the Planning Committee, planning for this development, the ELAC was led to believe that sufficient work had been done regarding utilities, traffic, and drainage. This was presented for the entire development, not just phase one. At least that's the way, what they led the ELAC to believe. For this to change now, years later, leaves the impression that this was best case incompetent or worst case just faked in. BCHA told their political lobbyists that BCHA has determined that people don't want to buy duplexes, they would be hard to sell. A short Google search shows that these are alive and well in today's housing market, just rebranded as paired homes. Commercial developers advertise them as thoughtfully designed paired homes that offer the perfect balance of privacy, low maintenance living, and a connected neighborhood feel. Seems to me that if people didn't want them, commercial developers wouldn't build them. During the Housing Commission meeting, the BCHA essentially stated that the massive changes to this proposal development were really about wanting to shoehorn their pet project into a corner of the development. BCHA once told me, different group, that they can't prioritize anyone for affordable housing. Lafayette residents have no priority. Nurses and teachers, people that are underpaid and significantly contribute to our community, have no priority. Yet so much of the modification seems to be to build a building for a special community, calling out their need for low stimulus living. I can tell you, living across the street from this development, that this location is not low stimulus. 120th Street is busy and only getting worse. Since the street was widened and the traffic burden has only become heavier and faster. Large trucks from the truss plant, lumber yard, and cement plant travel this road regularly. People treat the stoplight at Emma and the turn onto 120th on Flag off of 120th as the starting line for the Daytona 500. Fast as they can go, loud as they can rev their engines. There's also plenty of people trying to race down Emma to beat that street light before it turns red so they can make the left turn onto 120th. Sadly, there's a lot more emergency traffic going to the senior housing. This area is loud and fast. There is excessive sound and pressure and motion from the traffic. It is disturbing and stressful. I live there, I know this. I can't imagine what these stimuluses would be like for group of people who are especially sensitive.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, your 5 minutes are up. We appreciate it.
So if I could hand out homework, I would assign them a day at that location.
That was my last speaker request form. I will just ask the room, is there anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak who would like to speak? Seeing none, I will turn to our city clerk just to see if there's any calls. Seeing no calls, we will close the period for public testimony. And just for the record, the time is 9:13 p.m. I will now give the opportunity to the applicant to respond to the public testimony if they wish at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Tapia Vega. Just a few things in terms of profit margins. The Housing Authority, we're not making money off of the sale of the homes. Every dollar that we earn as a housing authority goes back into affordable housing here in Boulder County, and I'm really proud of that. There's no bonuses tied to construction or lease up or anything of that nature. Yes, multifamily is geothermal, which is why we would like to build the geothermal. And it's not impossible, just not feasible on the townhomes. I just want to make sure that was clear. That's what I stated in my presentation. 3-story already exists on the property, so I just wanted to point that out. It's not an entirely new thing, although yes, new to this area of the development. And then on the rental prices, our affordable prices are dictated by federal and state law on the LIHTC. I just want to point that out. If we could lower the rents, I would, but we are unable to, unfortunately. I do want to also point out that in this project, this phase of the project, we are advocating to put in those 16 vouchers, those project-based vouchers, to increase that deep affordability. So that is important to us, and it was not done on phase 1, so we are leaning into that. But the LIHTC is why we have the rent set at the prices we do. Let's see. I don't know that selling a single family is necessarily easier than the duplex, but as I stated in my presentation, it is more desired, and there are fewer options for affordable single family homes in the market throughout Colorado, the country, and here in Boulder County. And we can, in fact, prioritize residents. We have preference points that we are able to do during leasing, and we do intend to do that during our IDD housing lease up. And let's see. I think those are the main ones. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just before we close the public hearing, I just want to make sure there are no further questions from council for staff or for the applicant. Councilor Gallegos.
Sorry, that wasn't on. So since we've heard quite a bit of opposition to the height, if we were to revert back to the original height, how many units would be lost? Was that 21?
8.
28.
Any further questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, I have no questions. I do have a quick comment.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for the response and for the vibrant public input. I would love to see a dialogue. I understand ELAC is, at least temporarily, no more. I would love to see a bit more dialogue with the residents. I say that I also really appreciate a lot of what has been put on the table and the answers that we've heard this evening. I just want to briefly read a note that I got from a neighbor who I've never met. And this individual writes in and goes, "Hey there, my perspective is that I can't afford to live in Lafayette, at least not currently. Lafayette needs to focus on allowing higher density in its most desirable neighborhoods, like the single-family area around Old Town, keeping the new developments looking in line with the neighborhood character to avoid too much blowback from residents, as we've heard tonight. However, I favor placing dense new developments in spots like Arapahoe and 287, wherever we can find them, and I'm completely flexible on height and building density because I can't afford to live here. I'm in Erie right now." So I really value that note that I got from a neighbor in Erie, and something that I've heard in this evening in terms of height, and then we've heard in other dialogues, is that Lafayette residents have concerns about height. And so I wonder, as we look at this again, whether there are ways that y'all could take another look at kind of the gradation to maybe make it a little bit more comfortable in the sightlines. So I asked that. I also personally am completely comfortable with height because we have to get people into affordable housing. So I think both those things are true, and I thank that neighbor for writing in. But thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I have one more thing.
Councilor Jensen.
It does, this is a comment, not a question. It does seem to me, if our planning staff suggested you send something to ELAC and we didn't, to be an oversight that this group had, worked so long to try to be part of this project that not to include them feels not good. I also do know that in the ELAC meetings, height was one of the things of most concern to people. And we did think we had an agreement. Personally, I am not opposed to the height because I believe to get affordable housing, it's one of the things we're likely going to have to do. We need density in certain locations, and this is an appropriate location. And the way you're doing it, which is the part closest to neighbors is smaller, and then you gradually, make it higher, I think is the best way to do it. But I also think we are in this position right now with opposition because nobody talked to people. And I feel like that should have happened. And so I would encourage you, it sounds like you had a private meeting with Vicki and Karen, but that is not the ELAC of whatever is left of ELAC. I don't even know. But it feels like that group something should have happened there. So, and I think whenever we short circuit any of our communication out, we heard it on the cemetery as well, that we end up with more concern than if we had spent some time on the front end talking to people. So I am an affordable housing advocate, and I heard your responses tonight with a logical explanation of why these changes are being made. One could argue whether you like those changes or not. People could have different points of view about that, but I don't think you're off in left field. I don't think you're doing anything all that weird, and I definitely don't think this was a bait and switch where you were deceptive about what the intention was. So I appreciate that you've answered my questions to my satisfaction. I don't know if everyone else is satisfied, but I feel like you had legitimate answers to our questions, and one could disagree with them, but I appreciate that.
Councilor Gianola.
Yeah, one more question for me. We kind of went through some of the numbers about AMI and kind of average AMI, and I wonder if we can just kind of get a summary of of that again, just so that I can understand. I have in my notes, the neurodiverse housing averages a 48% AMI. The single-family homes are capped at 100% AMI. What is the average AMI for the single-family homes?
The range served is 60 to 100, so I would put the average based on similar projects is probably right at 80.
Okay.
Upper 70s to 80.
Kind of mid-average of that 60 to 100. And since we only have those two, and what about the multifamily?
55.
55% AMI?
Yes, on the
Average?
western. That's right.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Great. Any final questions from council? Seeing none, I will close public hearing, and again, for the record, it is 9:22 PM. So there are, well, the first thing I should say is this is, of course, a sketch plan. Let's remember, we're not making any final decisions tonight. But there are a few things, and it might be easiest to kind of go back on this slide and go piece by piece, just to, did you have a question? Did you have a comment?
I feel like we've run into this before where we go straight into the questions from staff and we don't give the council an opportunity to discuss. I know Councilor Jensen and Councilor Boulier kind of gave their comments, but I want to make sure that we still have an opportunity for that beyond just addressing the questions from staff.
Sure. Is there anything you would like to start with?
I'm not ready, but I just want to make sure we don't lose that.
Okay. Is there any other counselor who would like to start us? Maybe give Counselor Gianola a few minutes?
I'll start us, Mayor. I'll be brief because I didn't go to the next slide, so that previous comment was part of this discussion, so my apologies. Broadly speaking, I empathize with a lot of the concerns that have been shared, but I echo Councilor Jensen's point a moment ago. I'm really impressed with what the team has put on the table. I think the innovation is maybe not the right word, but the creativity and thoughtfulness of the neuro-inclusive housing component, I'm really excited by. I think that's a really great story for our community to tell. So I take the point that 120th is busy, but folks got to live somewhere, and I like the thoughtfulness that's been put on the table. Really appreciate the modular housing component. I'd love to see a lot more of that. I think there may be some misunderstanding of the distinction between modular housing and manufactured housing, both of which, of course, are legitimate housing, but my understanding is they're very different in terms of sustainability and then maybe structural integrity. And then kind of lastly, like I share some of the frustration that well before our time, previous plan was approved, was very thoughtfully engaged. I think the consternation some folks feel is really legitimate, but to my ears, it does seem like a lot of thought has gone into, all right, these were the constraints, some errors were made, how do we get this right in this moment? As folks know, I'm very flexible when it comes to height, so I don't mind that. I think for me, the main thing is I do fear that this revised plan doesn't have enough community gathering spaces. I see a lot of parking lots. Of course, people are going to park their cars, but I would love to see more of a heart of a neighborhood than I currently see. I stipulate there's a clubhouse and a little park hangout, but for the hundreds of residents that will live there, I would love to see a bit more like where they can gather, barbecue, hang out, outdoor movies, et cetera. But by and large, I think we're roughly on the right track. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors want to kind of jump in with general thoughts before we try to break this down piece by piece?
Sure.
Counselor Gianola.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the fact that even though we're going from a wide variety of housing types, we're going to a variety of housing sizes for the single-family detached. I think that's a really useful addition if we're not going to have duplexes. At least we have single-family homes and we have a variety of them. If we're not going to have townhomes, at least we have a variety of different options for folks to get into. The multifamily, this is where I feel like there's a bait and switch. This was not in the original plan in this form. We had those on the southern edge, and now we're cramming these big buildings right front and center, pretty much. And That's not where they were originally put. They were tucked away by the industrial in a way that kind of made it so that there's a transition to the neighborhood, a transition to the school next door. And I mean, I think a lot of folks have concern about height. I mean, I certainly do, and massing, you know, and that was one of the things that was appealing from the previous plan, is that the mass was spread out in a few different buildings, and they weren't so high, and there was good walking paths and way, you know, and here these big buildings just, they stick out like a sore thumb. I appreciate that they are better set up for the geothermal, the high efficiency, where we're not kind of metering each home. So I struggle with that. That's the part that just really feels like a switch that I think the community struggles with, because we thought we had, you know, looking at the whole plan, we thought we had all the multifamily housing kind of set, and now we're bringing it back in a way that just feels like there wasn't good community outreach. We had a ton of community outreach. It sounds like it was years in the making. Now we've had 2 meetings, and the community that did all the outreach kind of wasn't invited, and I feel like, you know, to Councilor Bullier's point, this is maybe a communication problem. We didn't have enough. We need more. I really think maybe they could be on board if they understood, now that we're, you know, emphasizing for families in these multifamily as opposed to individuals, and maybe we need to think about, can we do that more if that's really the focus? If you say that's the focus, like, well, let's scrap all the 1-bedrooms. If they're not renting and there's no wait list and those are the longest to be vacant, like, I feel like we're missing something here on the multifamily. I think it just needs to be explored a little bit more. The number of units, I appreciate keeping the number basically fixed. This setback of the top, the northwestern edge, could be potentially solved by removing 1 unit to get the constant number of 400. And now you don't have one property, you can adjust the position. Maybe it opens up that outlot A up again. I mean, it feels like there's creative solutions that aren't being explored just based on the number of units, trying to just make sure we get there. I thought the discussion of, can we go back and work on that agreement and figure out, do we need all these units? I mean, I know we want to build affordable housing, and that's a goal, but I'd love to see that explored more. Those are my comments.
Great. Thank you, Councilor. Any other general comments?
I just want to say that the original proposal for Willoughby was 500, and through the ELAC process, and also just in order to make the design look nice, you know, and it was reduced to 400. And I feel like that was an agreement that we had at ELAC that I would be very reluctant to want to change at this point, because there was a community group that came together to make that decision. And that same group might not be able to be brought together again, you know, but there was a lot of discussion about the number of units, and I would not want to mess with that, because I feel like there was a lot of community talk about it. However, if there's a really pressing reason to go to 398, you know, or something like that, I think it makes sense that 400 is not magic, but as long as it's around there.
Sure.
I would feel like, you know, we could have conversations about that, but I think we kind of promised the community 400-ish.
Yeah, I feel like we promised the community a diversity of housing types as well through that discussion, and that's where I feel like we're losing that with this adjusted plan, and how we can throw that out, but we don't throw this out. Well, that apparently wasn't important then.
No, that's a good point. I think I was more convinced maybe than you that the neurodivergent, even though it's multifamily, is kind of its own type. There's nothing else like it on the, so I would say that's a third type.
Sure.
And then the fact that the for sale includes 4 or 5 different, so that convinced me that it was, what I would be more concerned about is that we have a comp plan that says projects over a certain size should have this level of diversity, and starting to just throw the comp plan out the window whenever it doesn't work as well starts to feel like, why have one? But I was convinced by the conversation that we kind of do have diversity of housing types, not like the neuro-inclusive is not like anything else anywhere.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was my thinking.
Just jump in on that. I think this proposed plan, absent the neuro-inclusive, I'd have much more significant concerns. But I guess one thing that really strikes me is I wouldn't want us to make perfect be the enemy of good enough. And I would hate for us to, well, again, I think there's growing consensus, Mayor, if I'm hearing folks right, that we do want some more community outreach, whether ELAC successor or adjacent. But I also I don't want us to spend months and months having a wide variety of community engagement for something that is essentially the same footprint as before. Even though I take your point, there's a large building that's up here versus right here, but people need someplace to live, and we need to build those houses, and the affordability crisis and obviously the economic shocks that folks are experiencing right now. And also just in candor, I own my home with my wife, and I would feel very uncomfortable being like, well, I'm kind of set, so let's take some time to ad infinitum run out the clock when folks maybe don't have the opportunity for the home ownership that the presentation we've heard affords folks. So I take all your points, and I do agree with you that there's a bit of that's gone on that is uncomfortable, but I don't want us to spend a lot of time when we need to build housing for people to live who want to join our community.
Yeah, and I guess my goal here is to have a discussion so that the applicant can take this and say, are there ways we can tweak our plan to address some of the issues here? I guess one other issue that I kind of raised in the questions is about parking. In the old plan, we didn't have these giant swaths of parking, and now we do. And I feel like that is not being well used. It's land that's not well used. Now, I understand we have to have parking and there's requirements, but I thought some of the discussion about, can we pull a Medtronic and provide nice covered parking that's got some sustainability features and things like that? And I think I asked about covered parking, and someone else brought up the hailstorm as another example. And these are things that could be adapted in the plan to address some of these things, if they so choose.
Not to cut off the discussion, but I have certainly heard at least 2 of the things that we're going to have to talk about tonight already discussed. So I think at this point it's best for us to just get right into it and make this as guided as we possibly can make it. So for the first, and these are the ones that we obviously want to hit and the ones that we want to give feedback on. And just as a reminder, we're providing comments tonight, so we're not voting on anything. I know you all know that, but I just want to make it clear. And starting with the first one, which is the one that I've heard the most of, it's the housing types in a unit mix. Actually, it might be easier if we go back to the other one and we go slide by slide. That one right there. So I've heard a lot about housing types and about the changes proposed here. Which counselor wants to start us off here?
I'm happy to start. I sort of said this already, so I don't have a lot more to say. I think the single-family detached is a different housing type than we've got. It feels more like the tiny home discussion I've been thinking about for a long time. The diversity of sizes and provide some diversity. Neurodiverse housing seems it is a diverse housing type. Problem is the multifamily, we already have that on the lot. We're on the plan, on the site, on the whole site. So we're not adding a new type here.
All right, any other counselors with thoughts about the housing types?
I'm happy with what is there. I get that the multifamily focuses more on more than one bedroom, and that's important, and we learned that from the phase one. I actually think, I've talked to people with very large families who say, I have 7 kids, there's never gonna be any place for me. So I would love to see a 4-bedroom unit in there, a few of them, for people with very large families, but that reduces our unit count, and, but I wouldn't mind seeing some extra large housing. But other than that, I'm happy.
Great, thank you, Councilor Jensen. Any other comments for the applicant on this one? Great. Seeing none, we can move on to the second, which is the setback reduction. I believe there's a few here.
Yeah, and I think starting with this one's better, and then going back to the outlot taper.
Councilor Jensen.
I do not support the little 2 houses that are stuck out there right on the road almost. And if it means we lose 1 unit, as Councilor Gianola said, in order to make those 2 have the adequate setbacks, I don't think you want to do that to anybody, and put them right on top of the road. So I think there's got to be another way. But other than that, I'm okay with it, because I think that the drawing they put, which showed there is a multimodal path and a tree path and all of that, makes me feel that it's adequate.
I could just build on Councilor Jensen's point. I mean, coming back to my obsession with where the sun is relative to the earth, looking at the parking lots for these houses, they are going to be prime sun exposure. Like, that's a great spot for a backyard. And so I wonder if there's a way, the front facing, right, these are north facing, so they're going to be permanently shaded in the front yard. That's not a great front yard, and I agree with you on wanting more of a setback. But I wonder, is there a way to flip this where the parking spot is on the north side and folks have a bit of a yard in the front? And if not, why not?
We don't have traffic engineering here, but it's my understanding that Emma's really supposed to function more like a collector. And so we want to minimize vehicular conflict points, and having a driveway every, 15 feet or so, or 30, 20 feet off of, wouldn't meet minimum spacing requirements and other kind of.
No, I stipulate that, I guess, if you flip it, you could have an alleyway that's not on Emma.
It's like a slip road, is kind of the column.
Yeah, just to address this point, so like the houses are not on top of the road, which you can have road noise. And again, like a front yard that's right on a major road that's completely permanently shaded, icy in the winter, can't really garden there, you don't know, barbecue in permanent shade. I just wonder, is there something as basic as just slightly moving that around to give folks potentially greater quality of life?
I struggle with this discussion. I mean, coming back to the ELAC group, the goal of Emma was to make it feel like part of Old Town. I hate this setback, 8 feet, give me a break, personally. It doesn't feel like Old Town. That's lost here. That's lost with your proposal of flipping these upside down. That seemed like a big, important thing from the ELAC group, have this connectivity to Old Town. Switching to single-family homes from duplex, that works. But putting these right up against the curb, I'm lost.
But they're not. They've got 8, 8, and 5. And
Yeah, but when we're talking about Old Town, it's like 20. And they went to 15 was the compromise. And everyone was happy with that. Now we're going to 8.
Well, they have, no.
So it's 8 plus 5, you're right.
No, it's 8 plus 8 plus 5 plus 15.
Plus 8. You gotta look on the right side.
I see what you're saying.
Or 8, excuse me. Right,
8
not,
plus
it
8
was
plus 5
15,
plus
right,
8.
yeah. Sorry.
I can't read that
So
far.
8
but-
plus 8, 8 plus 8 plus 5 plus 8. So 24, 29 feet from the bike lane is what it is.
Is that path already built? Is there a reason why 8-foot tree lawn can't be 8-foot, a 5-foot tree lawn and an 8-foot outlot, just to push the sidewalk back a little bit? I don't know, just kind of brainstorming to make it feel like a bigger setback?
I like that. I mean, I'm curious for the applicant, you know, in your conversations, because I respect everything that the ELAC effort put on the table, but frankly, I care more about the folks who are going to live there than about the community around it, because my opinion on someone else's home is just an opinion. I care about who's going to live in the spot. So in your dialogue with prospective residents, have you gotten a sense of what their comfort is with something like this versus what they would really not want to see?
Can I address Councilman?
What was the question? Yeah, you can come up.
Yes, so we have talked to residents about that. What residents are most concerned about is the affordability. We have a lot of senior residents who were really excited about the idea of owning again. Many of them owned and then moved into something smaller, and so they're like, wait, I can own something smaller. So that is all that we've heard from current residents is just affordability issues not concerns, but just information they're just excited about.
And just to kind of put us back on track here, I'll just give my thoughts, which is I don't really have an issue with the proposed plan. If I'm driving on Emma, I have that 5-foot bike lane plus 8, plus an 8-foot multimodal, plus a 5-foot outlot, plus another 8. I understand that there's a reduction, but it's a 7-foot reduction from a much larger setback, which it was originally. So I'd love any other thoughts from council on this one before we move on, but Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm okay. I was literally just there yesterday. And no, it's not Old Town, and that's still, I don't know, the math looks like more than 20 feet away from the street with a tree lawn, a multimodal path, and the outlot. I'm okay with an 8-foot setback that's on there. I'm not sure the extra 7 feet is, I honestly, I'd rather see people be closer to, not as crammed into that area. I appreciate that they could be a little bit further away from the parking lots in the Nexus. So I'm okay with the 8-foot.
I appreciate the discussion, and I feel like I've kind of come around, and it sounds like maybe there's some flexibility that could be built in to kind of give this little bit of buffer and understanding that, you know, we're looking at more than I kind of originally thought.
And before we move on from number 2, if you will, I do kind of want to hit the pond and just see if there's any thoughts from council on the setback along the detention pond.
That looks good to me.
Seeing none, okay, we can move on to number 3, which is the Outlaw A revisions. I heard some discussion here. Councilor Jensen?
I'm just concerned that we not lose any community gathering spaces. It sounds like we actually have maybe a little net gain here in this. So if that is the case, and if we have a commitment to program that in some way with playground or bocce field or whatever it might be, that would make picnic tables, you know, something where that is a community amenity on the south side that we didn't have before, then I'm okay with it. I just don't want to see a net loss of any community amenity. I feel like that's really important.
Thank you, Councilor. And if that was a motion, I would second that. I think the biggest thing I want here is just to make sure that the space that we do have is overall not a net loss, and we are able to have those amenities for residents. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and I mean this in the most respectful way, but I feel like where they are is a problem for me because they're on a drive next to cars, and I'd like to see the cars next to the cars, and if somehow we could move the outlots to the in-lots, if that
That's a
makes
good
sense.
idea, yeah.
Absolutely.
And especially in that corner, I'm not putting my child on that corner.
Yeah.
Because I've seen cars drive over curbs, across bike paths, and into the field on the other side of the bike path. So I appreciate that it's there. I mean, that there's space, but please put it as far away from cars. I mean, in the middle, I thought it was going to be in that center amoeba-looking thing area in that space, because I just have this vision of the people who are playing being protected from cars. So anything you can do to keep children and people and away from parking lots and away from traffic, I'd appreciate that, and I don't know what that looks like, but the little pie slice up there just looks like, nope, no one's gonna be there.
I would second that. I mean, I think there's such a focus on families in this development that I don't see where there's good play area, and to keep it away from cars would be ideal. Now, granted, I know we have some, one of the goals here is to connect to the lower open area, but I feel like that is an interesting idea to have in a different place.
Agreed.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that addressing Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation would address a lot of the other things that we've raised in terms of the cohesion, in terms of kind of reflecting that old town spirit, and also just kind of making it feel like a more livable, walkable neighborhood rather than a place where we've squished a lot of housing together.
Any other thoughts on this one? Great, we can move on to number 4, and from my understanding, this was, for Planning Commission, almost a non-issue, but I want to get your thoughts.
Wasn't a lot of discussion.
2,000 square feet to 1,900 square feet for the lot size reduction.
100 feet does not feel like a big reduction to me.
I mean, for tiny homes,
Right? Feel like we can move on. Building heights for planning area B. I've heard kind of both sides of this. Is there any counselor who wants to start with this one?
So I'm on the fence here about building heights. I know we've already lost 100 units from the very first version of the plan. Is it worth losing another 28?
yeah, 28. I mean, the question then is there a redesign that you get those somewhere else? I don't know the answer. That is not my job, but that is, if we don't love it and they hear that and they say, we'll try to address it some other way by moving things around or whatever it is that they do on their planning side.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate the step-down comments that have been made. And there's like a step over to the west and a step up kind of going to the south. So I think the steps are not what is classic in Lafayette. So I don't know if there's a way to make the lower them. I mean, we don't know. This is sketch, so we don't know that it's going to be exactly 45 feet. But if there's a way to address the steppiness.
Could I propose a question, if you don't mind?
Come to the microphone.
Yeah, can you come up to the mic?
Part of that height at the 3-story, 38 feet, so 5 feet below phase 1, as it's measured, is a function of the gable form of the roof, which we thought really fit the context and character and intent. There's always trade-offs in decision-making. We could lower that 5 more feet or be at that 35 in the PUD with a flat roof. But that's, the question and trade-off I at least wanted to clarify as far as, the form and shape with the gable roof and the character that exudes versus a flat roof and fitting within that 35 feet.
Thank you. Councilor Jensen?
So in having taken many people out to Willoughby Corner, the gable roof is part of one of the design features that I think people really, really like. And it makes it look kind of like a lodge, rather than apartment buildings. And so I would prefer the height to reducing that and making it flat roofed. I think it's part of the design feature that is quite attractive. And from my point of view, if that's the trade-off, I wouldn't want to make that, because I think it really is a nice looking complex.
I'll agree with that. One of my concerns with height is the space between the buildings. I asked about how far they were apart, and some of that was, you've got these 35-foot buildings that are close together. What happens in the winter? Now, granted, are we even going to have winter again? Who knows?
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay. Councilor Barnes says we will have winter.
Oh, yeah.
Councilor John Snow says winter is coming.
You guys are laughing, but it's going to happen.
And it's just a thought, ice is a problem on the north side of a building when winter happens. To your point about the north-facing front stoops.
I agree with Councilor Giannola that wind tunnel corridor in between, I'd sort of be concerned about, one, how you keep it, vibrant, welcoming. It seems very narrow just in the rendering on my computer. But I appreciate kind of the step down from the western portion to the proposed 3-story, as well as the fact that, I respect the concern of no one wants to be necessarily loomed over, but because of the parking location and the distance to the next easternmost units, that to me looks like a reasonable enough distance. So I really appreciate the design.
Yeah, the step down to me is, at least there's a step down.
Great. I'll add some thoughts here, and they're going to be quick, I promise. The step down is important to me, but also, if this is what gets us affordability, this is where I'm at. We're talking Willoughby Corner, right? This is the project that the city of Lafayette likes to talk about because it's affordability, and if height is what gets us at affordability, I am more than okay with what's being proposed. I don't think there was any other thoughts on height. Great. Moving on to the last one, which is the multifamily, the orientation of those buildings. Any thoughts here?
I think we kind of talked about it. I don't have anything else to add.
Great. Before we close out, is there any just general comments or any comments that council would like to put out there for the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And if we're talking about geothermal, if there's enough geothermal energy, we could use that to melt the ice.
Ooh, Iceland style.
Just throwing it out there. I don't like ice. You can't ride a bike on ice successfully. Anyway, you got extra heat.
Councilor Bollier, did I see your hand up?
Just to come back to the Mayor Pro Tem's excellent earlier point, that I think if the applicant is able to figure out moving those parcels into the heart of Willoughby Corner, I think that'll be truly remarkable. I imagine that's certainly a design challenge, but I think that would take this from, if we're hitting our affordability goals, to this is a vibrant, really cool neighborhood that we're really proud of.
Yeah, I worry that the stormwater drainage makes that challenging, and just the layout of the streets, but you're challenged. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm confident.
We hope you can do it.
I'm confident.
Great. Any other final thoughts from council? Seeing none, matter is concluded. I appreciate Boulder County Housing Authority for being here and our staff for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, all.
Feedback. Really helpful.
Okay.
I won't take it personal.
That's right.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get us started. The next item on the agenda is public hearing and second reading on ordinance number 10, series 2026, adopting the 2025 Colorado Wildlife Resiliency Code by reference. The public hearing was noticed in the Daily Camera on May 15th and May 22nd, 2026. And staff, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the one that was originally on consent agenda, and then we needed a full month before we could bring it back? Something like that? Perfect. Before we open the public hearing, we'll hear a presentation from city staff about the ordinance. Chief.
All right, good evening.
Over to you.
Your timing's perfect. I always hit my stride right at 10, so this is perfect. Good evening. We're just going to briefly run through the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, talking about adopting it by reference, and just kind of working through some of the details, but it's a pretty short presentation, so it shouldn't be too painful. We'll go through the background, how it came to be, talk about a few highlights of the code and its kind of straightforward applicability. We'll spend a few slides looking at the mapping and how it applies statewide all the way down to where it impacts the city of Lafayette. And then we'll just summarize the impacts and what it means moving forward for Lafayette. And then we'll do questions at the end. The Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code Board was established in 2023 by the Colorado Wildfire Commission. This work started long before I got here, and it was really a conversation statewide about having a wildfire resiliency or a home hardening code that was applicable across the state. So we didn't have builders and developers shopping jurisdiction to jurisdiction looking for better codes. So it was really a public safety issue. In 25, they finished the code and adopted it. There was a little delay in the legislature in 25, but ultimately it had to be in place and in effect July 1 of 26 by local governments, so hence the timing here tonight. So a little bit about the code. First of all, it's only about 30 pages, so it fits with one staple, which I don't know another code that you can do one staple with, so that's a good sign. Talking about structures and property, just kind of breaking those two things out. So when we talk about structures, it talks a lot about non-combustible building materials, siding, windows, doors, all those sort of things, which is probably not too different from most building materials being used today, but there are some. It's very specific, I guess is what I would say in terms of what's allowed and what's not. One of the big parts of the code is what I call ember discouragement, or some way to keep embers from getting lodged in and around your home. We definitely see that both in the wildfire, but we also see it in the home-to-home ignition space. So anytime we can keep an ember, keep it flying and let it burn out in the air instead of getting trapped in a vent or in a duct or an eave, that's in our best interest. So, and then the third thing I'll say is the code is pretty specific about when a remodel or an expansion kicks in the code. And I'll show you the two areas in Lafayette where this plays. So it's usually, without getting too far into the code, it's about a 25% remodel of a home or expanding a home by 25% that would require this to be kicked in. So small modifications probably would not apply to this code in those areas. We talk about the property. They list 3 zones. Zone 1 is 0 to 5 feet from the structure. If you're in a low, medium, or high intensity area, that is a non-combustible zone. So we got to think of that kind of in the zero escape version, rocks and pavers and things like that. There are a few little plants that are allowed in there, but by and large, not so much. Zone 2 is from 5 to 30 feet. A lot of the conversation in the code is talking about fuel continuity, which is if one thing catches on fire, what's the likelihood of the next thing catching on fire and kind of redoubling itself. So it talks a lot about kind of spacing of things. It doesn't eliminate. It doesn't have a zero escape feel in that zone, but it is pretty wisely written. And then it also talks about in Zone 2 about tree canopies, how they can start in Zone 3 and end up in Zone 1. And how those get dealt with. So it's a pretty realistic code. So here's the statewide map. You kind of see 5 different things happening on this map. You see areas where there's nothing. Those areas do not qualify as low, medium, or high intensity wildfire areas. Then you see yellow, which is low intensity, orange, which is medium, and red, which is high intensity. And then you see some colored kind of crosshatched areas. Those are federal and/or tribal lands where this code does not apply. But they did use the same methodology across the whole state. And they were looking at fuels, fuel typing and density, topography, weather, and then flame length that would be produced when you're talking about a certain fire, given all of those things put together. So as we zoom in on kind of the north metro area, you can see that a lot of red in the foothills, and it kind of dies out into orange as we kind of make it through that transition zone. And then largely we see areas that did not even meet low intensity criteria. So I just keep zooming in. So here is the map, Lafayette with the city boundaries overlaid. So we're talking about kind of two areas that met low and medium fire intensity criteria. The first one on the southeast side and the other one on the west side. So I'm going to show you both those insets and kind of talk about the different parts of those. So on the southeast corner, this is Boulder County open space, east and southeast of Good Samaritan Hospital. There's a little bit of private property east of the railway that the hospital owns, but all of the property here that's in the low intensity area is in open space, so it's not developable anyway. It's good to know for our open space managers and residents, but it's not developable land, so the code would never probably apply unless something crazy happened. On the west side of town is a little different story. This is a medium intensity zone. It covers about 84 acres coming into the west side. So this is all area south of Baseline, west of the water treatment facility. So Brittany Lane, Nyland Way, pretty much built out. I'm going to say there are none, but I think there are very few, if any, buildable lots in there. So this code would apply to a significant remodel, a re-roof, something like that in this area. And then this pocket of land here, east of Nyland, heading back toward the water treatment center, we anticipate an annexation application for this piece of property. And when that comes in, it would certainly, any development here would be applicable to the code. The code would apply whatever they wanted to build here. It would have to meet the medium intensity requirements as laid out in the code. So I told you it's fast. In summary, our recommendation is an adoption of the code by reference, which means we use the code exactly how the Resiliency Code Board maintains it. We could in the future, if we felt like it would be to our advantage, to amend and adopt the code that meets the code, could be more stringent. We do have that option. A lot of places are doing that. But for us, where we're talking about a really small portion of our municipality, adoption by reference seems more efficient to us. The code only applies in the map areas, so just those two areas of the city I showed you. So when we talk about kind of the impact and the effect, the impact will be on remodels or expansions in Western Lafayette. That's where we'll see it. We'll see, building applications have to apply with the code, right? And we'll see it in that future annexation area should that come to be. When we talk about the effect, it's a good, useful code. It's not a code that you really have to get translated. And if you're a homeowner and you're interested in making your home or your property safer or hardened, the code makes sense and it's a good reference material. So it establishes kind of some best practices also for homeowners that are interested in it. And we see those. I think we had an exchange about one of those. Yep. We see people who are interested in that. While our open spaces are not in the wildfire risk zone, there are homeowners that are interested in that grassland built environment interface. And so there's some good takeaways in this code that could certainly be applied voluntarily. And it allows us, both building and planning and fire, to give some suggestions based on a researched, correct code instead of just kind of best practices. So those are kind of the intent. So that's the presentation. We'll open up for questions, and then there's a public testimony section of this.
Any questions from council? Councilor Jensen.
We've talked a lot about communication, and I actually live on open space, and so that issue of grassland fire, moving in, I think people like me who live in that kind of a situation, it'd be really useful to figure out a way to communicate with them that this is now online and that the practices that it says are the best practices are available for them. You know, they're not mandatory, but here's how you would learn about them. So once we pass this, which I assume we will, it'd be really good if we could do some sort of communication about it and get that word out to people about, like, I have an ugly bush that I would love to get rid of right by my house. And you're gonna give me an incentive to get rid of that bush.
Sure. Yeah, we will certainly, we were talking about that, Phil and I were talking about it. We'll make sure it gets up on building and planning and is linked to fire as well. So if you're looking for that resource, we'll make it
Yeah, but you gotta
available.
put it in the general purpose, Lafayette Connections or somewhere. Nobody's
For sure.
gonna go there looking unless you tell them it's there.
Yeah, for sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
Councilor Gianello?
I actually had a couple of specifics, questions. When you say 25%, we're talking about like square footage for this to kick in? or-
Yeah, I said the code was really clear. It's not exactly clear. There's a 500-foot requirement and/or 25% when we're talking about expansions. So if you're adding 500 feet, even if it's not 25%, that would qualify. When we're talking about remodel, let's say the application was we're going to re-side the west side of our house. Building and planning and fire would have to look at that and say, what's the total of the siding on the house? And is that 25% of the siding or more? If so, it would have to meet the wildfire code.
Does a roof count?
The roof is called out separately. So if you re-roof and you're in the zone, it does have to meet their requirements.
So these folks in Nyland who at some point in the lifetime of the house will have to re-roof,
Yeah.
they'll have to do it according to the code.
Correct.
And I understand the code calls out like Class A shingles or
Yeah.
roofing materials are the only
Correct.
allowed, or,
Yeah, without quoting the code specifically, that would take me a while. It's not a huge departure from an asphalt shingle, which is generally what we see. It's not a huge departure from that. It doesn't require a metal roof. It just requires that those shingles have a certain thickness and be a Class A rated.
Yeah.
So it's not, it's not a huge, if it was a metal, if it required metal specifically, that, we would be talking about some significant costs there.
Yeah, or tile.
But it's not,
yeah.
it's not a significant cost difference from what is already probably on the roof. So-
yeah, and I guess I'm thinking about, the balance between you want to do something that's hail resistant and you want to do something that's fire resistant. And is there a product out there that meets both? I don't know.
I don't know. I would
Yeah.
guess there is, and if
I
there's
mean,
not, it's
there
probably
must
coming.
be-
Yeah.
We passed it that you have to have a hail-resistant one.
You have to have Class 4, but are there Class 4 roofs that are also Class A fire rated? And that's what I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there must be, but I have a Class 4 or 5 roof that is like Class C fire rated. And I don't think my roof would work
I'll have to get back to you on
there.
that. I don't know. That's a good
It's just,
question.
it's
yeah.
a
Can you get
question that
both? Yeah.
I know is going to come up because people will need a roof at some point,
Yep.
especially with hail in the forecast.
Yeah, you're required to if you do more than,
Yeah.
I think it's 50%.
It's still 25, so if you're going to
Well, I mean, for
re-roof.
hail though.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Bollier?
Thank you so much, Chief. I want to lodge an ethics complaint about the request for roof review and bush removal in exchange for votes. So our city attorney, no, this is fantastic. I'm really excited for this.
Thank you.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Is this the WUI? Is that what we're looking at? I was on a way late meeting arguing that everybody had to have a minimum understanding from the state what the WUI or wildlife urban interface are.
Yeah, if we talk about this map, we're talking about fire intensity. We're not saying you are either in the WUI or you're not. That would be kind of how we look at the WUI as qualitative, yes or no.
You're right.
We're trying to develop the GUI, the grassland urban interface. We're trying to get that definition built.
Yep.
We're still working on that. So no, this kind of takes a different approach based on topography, fuels, weather, flame length, historical fire even sometimes. They look at that. So it doesn't really say you're in the WUI or not. It just says, based on all of those things, we think a vegetation fire, right, whether it's wildland or grass or wildfire or forest fire, whatever you want to call it, we think this is the intensity based on this location, on those criteria. So It's a bit independent of the WUI, but I bet the overlay would be very similar.
So, because Boulder's like, it's orange all the way around except for the city of Boulder, and I'm like, well, that's interesting, because there's got to be some WUI in there, in the city of Boulder, right? So even though
That's a good observation, Counselor. Yeah.
well, it's like,
good
I see red into nothing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a thing. So,
You're not the first person to make that observation. I'll say that, yeah.
that's all I have.
Yeah. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions for staff, I will now open the public hearing at 10:11 p.m. And at this time, we'll hear from any interested members of the public who wish to address the city council about this ordinance. However, I didn't receive any speaker request forms, so I will just ask if there's anyone from the public who would like to speak to council about this ordinance.
I assume that's what Mr. Spalding was waiting for.
Okay, seeing no one, we will close the public hearing at 10:11 p.m. Is there any discussion on this? We can also put the motion language on the screen. Opening it up to council.
I move to approve on second reading ordinance number 10, series 2026, adopting the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resilience Code by reference.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. No one opposed, that passes unanimously. That closes us out for regular business for tonight. And for those of you at home watching that are following the agenda, we did proclamations earlier, so we will move immediately into presentations. We have one tonight, which is our inclusionary housing update. I will give them.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Phil Kleisler with the city's Planning and Building Department. I'm just going to do a brief introduction this evening for this presentation item. The objective here is to hear from Molly Fitzpatrick of Root Policy Research. We've been working with Molly for some time now, and she's going to update council on her analysis, her team's analysis to potentially reinstate an inclusionary housing ordinance. So she'll provide some background, what they've done with their analysis, and some preliminary recommendations. Do know that there's a separate project also happening through EPS to update the city's affordable housing impact fee. That project and Molly's project is happening on a separate but parallel track to the land use code project. And so the land use code has had a long, timeline on it, and so it's wrapping up with the Planning Commission public hearing scheduled for June 24th, and then we'll move into council first and second reading in July. We were recommending that following the adoption of that, per our consultant's recommendation, that we bring these back to council. Since we've had now two discussions, a fee discussion in March and now this policy discussion in June, we'd recommend kind of combining those since there's still analysis being made for the impact fee, and that'll impact inclusionary housing, that once everything is done, we've tied a bow and dotted the i's, that we bring those two things to council for one final thumbs up before we bring the final ordinance to you, so that's a little cleaner at that time. Tonight, there's no decision tonight. It's really just an opportunity to hear from Molly, hear about the work her team's been doing, and to ask any questions you may have. So, take it away, Molly.
Good evening. We're going to do 2 hours of math. Are you guys ready? Sounds great. Awesome. Just kidding. I will try to make it brief. As you all know, I talk pretty fast, so thanks again for having me. I'm going to run through a little bit of our recommendations. We are starting with the conclusion, so here's what we've got, and then I'm going to talk you through a little bit of how we came to this conclusions, and then happy to answer questions, of course, as well. So the table that you see there is basically the basic components of any inclusionary. Talk about what does this apply to, so applicability, what are the actual requirements, so what are the affordability requirements, how can I comply with this potential policy, and then what incentives are going to be there. The big TBD on incentives is because we can't really draft incentives until we know what's going to be in the code, because the incentives build on what's going to be in the code, right? So incentives are generally variances to the code, and so we want to make sure we get through that. Still happy to have any conversation or take any questions about kind of what we're considering and where that might land. Starting with applicability, this is pretty standard. So generally inclusionary policies apply to just residential development. That's how inclusionary works. So anything that's non-residential would fall under the impact fee. We've talked about that before. The minimum number of units that we're recommending there is just 10 or more units is what applies to inclusionary. Because we're saying a percentage of units have to be affordable, it helps to have a number of units so that a percentage is a number that is actually a unit, right? So 10 is really standard. That's what we're recommending as baseline. That's also in line with what EPS would recommend in terms of where their impact fee would fall. Affordability requirements, our recommendation, and this is really what we're going to talk most about tonight, is how did we come to these affordability requirement recommendations? We are recommending probably 12% of units. That could fluctuate a little bit. As Phil mentioned, EPS is still doing some feasibility analysis. We're building on their feasibility, and so we've pitched this 12% based on the initial feasibility. If that shifts, then we may shift that percentage set aside as well. So I would say 12% is what I would love to recommend if we can. If we can't, we'll lower that. I don't think it would necessarily go lower than 8, but think of this as sort of a soft 12%. Maybe it's going to be 8 to 12%. Units at 50% AMI is the AMI target we're recommending on rental, and then 100% AMI on attached for sale products and 120% AMI on detached for sale products. We'll talk about why those are different, those different AMI targets, and that's what we'll get into next. In terms of compliance options, I'll hit that real quick. You have to have some options. You can't say legally in Colorado, you have to build the units. So we say, we like you to build the units. Here's the other ways you can comply. Fee in lieu is most common. And we are recommending that be one of those compliance options. Other typical compliance options that we think make a lot of sense are land donation, attainable housing credits, and a negotiated agreement. Negotiated agreement is just the thing that everybody puts in an inclusionary to say, well, if you want to give us more and you want a little more, then we can talk about that and we can figure it out. So negotiated agreement is sort of the outlet flexibility, both for you, the city, and also for developers. That's in almost every inclusionary policy, pretty standard. Attainable housing credits is not quite as standard, but we really like it. It's a policy that's also in place in Longmont has an attainable housing credit, and I think Durango does as well for their inclusionary. And it basically says, hey, we're going to ask you, like our inclusionary policy, to ask for 12% of units at pretty good affordability, right? So on for sale, you think we're asking for 100% AMI. Now, if you're a developer and you're saying, but I'm doing all of my units below market, but not as deep as you'd like me to, the attainable housing credit basically allows for that as a potential alternative agreement. So if a developer comes in and says, well, I'm doing all my townhomes or all my single family detached even at 150% AMI, but I'm doing 100%, not just 12, then that gives you an option to say, you're doing good work and we like that. And so we're going to give you some options there. We'll get into more details when you see the actual ordinance, but that's essentially what that means in terms of compliance options. So jumping onto the affordability requirements, I'm going to give you a little more detail on why we landed where we land. So as I talked about, there's two big components of those actual requirements. One is how many units are we asking for, and the other is what AMI or what level of affordability are we asking for. So I'm going to start with what level of affordability, because we really want to make sure that's really well calibrated. The percentage set aside you can play with, but that AMI you really want in alignment with a couple of different things. So you want it in alignment with what your needs are. You don't want to require units that you don't need, right? So it needs to be in alignment there. It's also helpful to have some consistency with affordable housing funding program options, because sometimes, especially in a really big development, you may have somebody using a LIHTC to help qualify or maybe getting funding. That's not always the case. It's not required that be part of it, but it's helpful to know kind of where those stand. So those are sort of policy level considerations. And then we also want to talk about market specific considerations. So on the policy side, funding sources are generally targeting 60% AMI on rental and 100 to 120% AMI on homeownership. Your local goals and needs, you have an adopted affordability goal that's at 12%. For 80% AMI, that's not tenure specific. Probably need to calibrate a little bit differently for renter and owner in an inclusionary program. But in your housing strategic plan, it states that the ownership affordability needs you have are really concentrated below 100% AMI, but they go up to 150. And rental affordability needs are concentrated below 40% AMI, but you have needs all the way up to 60% AMI. So we want to keep those in mind and make sure that we're addressing those needs. We may not be able to address the deepest needs. We want to make sure we're in that needs spectrum. And then your peer programs, also helpful to look at. Most of the IHO programs on the Front Range target 50 or 60% AMI on rental. Some go up to 80% AMI, and most of them target 80% AMI on ownership, or 100 and 120, depending on what that set aside is. So that's kind of our policy considerations are in that 40 to 60% AMI on rental and sort of 80 to 120% AMI on ownership. That's where our policy goals are. Market factors also matter, as we've talked about when we've talked about inclusionary before and impact fees. This is a policy that only applies to new construction, and it only applies to new development, right? And so if you don't have development, you don't get any units. And so it is important that we think about, hey, can we make this work? But also, is it actually a discount from market, right? So inclusionary programs actually that failed during the Great Recession were because their AMI was too high. And so you ended up with market rate being really close to affordable, and then nobody wants affordable if it's not below market, right? So we need a healthy discount in order to make the program functional for people to want to engage in the program. You can't have it too deep of a discount because then you kill development, right? So we're looking for that sweet spot that's somewhere in between where we're hitting those needs, we're not killing development, but we're also making sure we're getting a discount from market rate, because that's the whole point. So to look at that a little bit more closely, I do have a little bit of math, but it's colorful and it's in a chart, so hopefully that makes it better. If you look at the top bars, the sort of orangish bar, and then the line that extends from that is where market rate new construction is coming in on average for a 1-bedroom on the left or 2-bedroom units on the right. So we're looking at rental when we're looking at the top. Orange is market rate new construction. The green bars are varying levels of AMI, affordability for 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom. Boulder County has a relatively high AMI. And so when we look at market rent in Lafayette, it's actually below 80% AMI rental units, right? So we don't want to set this at 80% AMI on rental because that's higher than market rate. That's not helping you get to a discount. Even when we look at 60% AMI, so that's the second green bar, you're just a sliver below market rate on average. Now, certainly some developments are going to come in higher than that. This is on average, this is to look at the market as a whole. But even 60% AMI is not much of a discount from market in our current market. This is a snapshot, but it's telling. So 50% AMI starts to get us into that sweeter spot where we have a bit of a discount, but we're not so deep that it's going to be really, really hard to subsidize across the other units. So again, 30% AMI, pretty significantly below market. That just gives you a sense of where those AMIs fall relative to market. Same concept on the bottom graphics, except now we're looking at sale prices. The left one is single-family detached, and the right is townhome product. The AMIs are different because we're looking at different household sizes typically in those product types. That's why those blue bars don't match up perfectly. But in this case, red bar is market price, blue bars are affordable prices. So we look at single-family detached, market price well above any of those affordability levels, including 150% AMI. So we're actually hitting that discount pretty well, even at 150% AMI. But we didn't feel like that was quite close enough to where your needs are saying. So we'd really like to push on the single family detached to get all the way to that 120 if possible. On the townhome side, market prices is lower for townhomes typically, unless it's a really high-end luxury townhome. But typical market price on townhomes is going to be lower. We're starting to get to a discount at 120. We have a healthier discount when we get down to 100% and 80% AMI on those. So based on the market data, based on your policy goals, our recommendation is that you focus an inclusionary program on 50% AMI on the rental side, and then 80 to 120% on home ownership, allowing for that variation by unit type. So it makes your program slightly more complicated, but it does deliver, I think, better outcomes for you depending on that product type. Generally, it's easiest, just policy-wise, to make that break based on attached versus detached rather than saying townhomes, duplexes, condos. It's just cleaner, to be perfectly honest. It makes the administration a little easier, so that's what we would recommend. So thinking about kind of, okay, if we say those are the EMIs we'd like based on market and policy goals, we also need to think about, okay, well, how many units can we get if those are the AMIs that we like? And so that's where we get into a feasibility analysis. So feasibility, again, means this is market stuff, That means, is this going to be something that developers can absorb and not just run to Erie or run to wherever else they might go, develop somewhere else? In order to look at feasibility for the inclusionary component, we didn't want to duplicate all the work that EPS has already done. They do great work. We love working with them, in collaboration with them. So we're just using their pro formas and their analysis about what's feasible from the impact fee side and flipping that into, okay, what's a comparable feasibility for absorption with an inclusionary program? So we essentially said, okay, great. We literally got EPS's pro formas. We looked at their outcome. We said, okay, they're saying a potential absorbable fee is within these ranges. That impacts the return outcomes, this percentage. What's an equivalent percentage impact to pro formas with an inclusionary program? It hits the pro forma a little bit differently. We're not going to get into all of that tonight, but I'm happy to answer questions about that if you want to. But essentially what we're doing is we're saying, hey, here's the cost impacts of the fee they said is doable. Here's how that translates into a percentage set aside of units at a couple of different AMI levels. So this is just a replication to remind you of what EPS said, basically from their presentation back in March. They said on the for sale side, we're looking for a fee range that's basically $5 to $10 on for sale. That's kind of in that red range there. And that's the fee amount. That basically translates to a development cost increase of like 2 to 3%, right? On the rental side, again, they're saying, hey, let's look at a fee. We think a fee might be absorbable in the range of $5 up to $9. That generally translates to a development cost impact of about 2% to 4%. And so we translate those cost impacts into return metrics and then match that return metric to see what do we get. I promise I'm not going to read all the numbers in this table, but this is essentially telling you based on these different potential, we looked at 80% AMI, 100% AMI, and 120% AMI targets on the for sale side and said, okay, match what EPS said was a reasonable range. EPS talks about in impact fees. We use the word mitigation rate. I know it can be kind of confusing, but it essentially is like these are the different fee levels that they're saying are maybe absorbable in 15 to 25% mitigation language. And then you can see the percentage that you see in the table there is basically what set aside equates to that same metric that they had. The bottom line, and then we did the same thing on rental, right? So there's the math behind it. You can kind of see it's going to range. The bottom line is in the green box here that based on those feasibility results, an inclusionary program could require on the rental side 10 to 17% of units is about equivalent with what EPS said is absorbable. 8 to 13% of detached for sale at 120% AMI is in that range. And then 14 to 22% of attached for sale at 80% AMI would be roughly equivalent, or at 100% AMI would be roughly equivalent to what we were talking about from a fee range. So I know it's a lot of percentages and a lot of numbers. The bottom line is it's not going to be the exact same impact on every single prototype, right? We're not going to design this perfectly, but we still need to design it in a way that's simple and transparent. And broadly speaking, a 12% set aside based on this feasibility looks about right at those AMI targets. Again, as this feasibility gets adjusted and refined, that may drop a little bit. We may get down to lower to 8 to 12%, but roughly that's going to equate back to what we're recommending here, which is 12% of units at 50% AMI on rental, 100% AMI on attached, and 120% AMI on detached for sale. Just as like a quick overview on incentives, again, I know you all know this. These are the types of incentives that are super common in other front range programs. They tend to be based on parking reductions, density or height bonuses. Those don't always have to be the same thing. And then density bonuses or lot size adjustments for single family and detached on the for sale side, and then fee waivers or rebates. Again, these are common incentives. We'll look at specifics based on where your code lands and where we think there's opportunity and where you want to see, where you want to create opportunity for additional affordable as well. And again, even with incentives, typically what we'd say is come up with some incentives that you're willing to like put in code to say these are guaranteed incentives. You always have a negotiated agreement, as I mentioned before. So when you're talking about a Willoughby Corner, they're going above and beyond, obviously, the inclusionary. It's a 100% affordable development. You still have leeway to negotiate different incentives within that. So we're not trying to lock you in, but it is helpful to developers to know what incentives might exist if they do exceed by a certain proportion. So if you say, hey, we're going to set this at 10% set aside or 12%, but if you give us 15%, you get these incentives. So as you think about incentives, that's where we're thinking about it. Not all of them will be viable. No, it's easy, I think, on the sort of public sector side to be like, we're giving you free air. This is great. This should make you so much money. And it doesn't always, right? Sometimes it does. Parking reductions almost always help. Density and height bonuses get really quirky because it's a matter of how much more you're spending on construction types and all those other things. So we can get into the nuance of that. It's not always a slam dunk, just caution, but it's helpful to have some in there anyway. All right, I'm done, I promise, but happy to take questions.
With regard to parking reductions, didn't the legislature require something already on parking reductions, and don't we have then less leeway because of that?
Yes, the legislature required that parking reductions automatically apply to affordable units. However, when we're talking about incentives for inclusionary, a lot of times it will be, you get a parking reduction on your whole development, not just the affordable units. So you're doing 12%, and those already have reduced parking. But if you're going to build those units for us, we're going to lower your parking on every single unit. That's typically what makes a difference. Great question.
Before we finalize questions, can we just go over next steps?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Next steps. Are you okay for me to take this, Phil? Great, because it's your font, so that means you're supposed to say it. Just kidding. So obviously, we're still finalizing inclusionary impact fee analysis. EPS is finalizing. Then we're going to take their final pro formas and update our recommendations. I don't think they'll look substantively different. If they look different, it will probably be on what we recommend from a set-aside perspective, as opposed to an AMI perspective. We're also looking at how do you actually phase this in, right, from both on the impact fee side and the inclusionary side. And then obviously this will be to review and incorporate the recommended inclusionary requirements, and how do you address stuff that's already in the pipeline. Those are common issues to grapple with that will be part of the process going forward, which is partly why Phil in the timeline at the beginning was saying, look, all these things are happening at once. We're going to come back with kind of this combined approach, and then we'll go for review there. All right, I think this is actually it.
Great.
Oh, good questions.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councilor Jensen.
So I'm not happy with the timeline. I'm wondering, is there any way, we do have a few large parcels that may come before us for permitting, and I'm wondering, is there any way so you have September and October, both the fee structure and the inclusionary housing, and that feels so long from now, and I know it's really not, but I'm just wondering, is there any possibility, we're doing the land use code July 7th, which is our first meeting of July, and then will we be doing a first reading and then a second reading in July? So after we have the first reading and we've made any changes that we might be tinkering with, could we incorporate this into the second meeting and have our first reading of this at our second meeting in July? Is there any possibility of doing that?
Possibly. So the reason we're doing more analysis is that we identified some more kind of constraints that some of the properties in the city would likely face. And so he's doing, for the fee side, a little bit more fine tuning of that, just to ensure that the market feasibility question is fully answered. I know that was a point I think brought up at the last council meeting, and so he's working on that.
But we met with him in February.
Yeah, and barring that, I think we could talk with EPS and probably get a timeline together for at least the inclusionary part. The fee could also be phased in, after that as well. But I don't know how that works with your schedule.
Yeah, I think the bigger time constraint is not me.
Yeah.
I'd also like to remind a lot of the parcels we're talking about are annexations, where you have a lot more legislative authority to achieve the goals that you want to achieve without having that policy in place. So just not as an out or to say to do it quicker, but that is also a different tool that you have.
Councilor Gianella?
No questions other than the next steps questions are all my questions. Like that, when I saw that slide, I said, oh, there's all my questions on one slide. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. Really clear, really helpful. I am excited about this. One thing that I would love to have a history lesson in the city of Lafayette. It sounds like there was an inclusionary housing ordinance that was in place before, and then it got repealed. And I don't understand the history of what it was and why it failed and why it was removed. So I'd love to have a history lesson.
City Attorney?
I would be happy to speak briefly to that because my former office was involved as a city attorney at the time. It's exactly what our consultant said. So in 2008, we had the Great Recession, and our inclusionary housing, our affordable housing in Lafayette became so close to market rate that the inclusionary housing ordinance wasn't serving the purpose that it had been put in place to serve. So it was repealed at the time, and that's when the city council went the route of implementing our affordable housing fee initially on, I might get the order wrong, but it was initially on either residential or commercial, and then both. I just can't remember if it was residential or commercial first. As our consultant also said tonight, commercial is more unusual, or commercial is more usual for a fee. But at the time in 2011, when all of that, when the inclusionary housing ordinance was repealed and an affordable housing fee was put in place, I think that fees on commercial were still pretty unusual. That's changed over the last decade and a half. So anyway, that's a very brief history, but it had everything to do with the recession and how that affected housing prices in Lafayette.
That's super helpful. And seeing this analysis, we've heard the community talk about 80% AMI is not affordable based on market rate. This makes it very clear. Thank you so much.
Councilor Jensen?
So related to that, so I was on the Livable Lafayette Task Force that did not recommend an inclusionary housing ordinance at that time, but also because I think the person who was staffing the task force didn't really get inclusionary housing and how it could be helpful. And it does for me highlight the need to have it be flexible to deal with changes in market force. Like if things got really expensive, like rents are going down right now, but if things got really expensive, in order to do a project, we may need to go to an 80% AMI because the developer won't do it when things get more expensive. So how do we build that into this? Do we just review it once a year, or do we have some data point that we tie it to where if it, consumer price index reaches something, we make a change? Is there a way to know that we need to change our ordinance?
Yes, so typically we would say the easiest places and the quickest places in an inclusionary to make market adjustments are typically in the fee, right? So you're saying we want this many units at this AMI, and then you also have a fee as an option. The fee is really where you have quick action. And generally developers are deciding, is it more expensive for me to build the units or more expensive for me to pay a fee? So communities are also always grappling with, if we want units, we set the fee really high and then people build units. If we don't want units, we set it low. But your fee is your easiest lever to move and your easiest lever to move back, right? So if you change your set aside or your AMI targets, those are harder to move back, to be perfectly honest, just politically. So we typically recommend, hey, think about your fee carefully and calibrate that regularly. There are certainly times when you also need to change your set aside or you need to change your AMI target. We've done that for communities as well. So we do typically recommend on the fees, we say, look, have a CPI adjustment that's annual. Like if you set your fee here, it ratchets up with CPI, or potentially ratchets down, that's unlikely, but ratchets up with the CPI. Then recalculate your fee. And when I'm saying fee, I should clarify. I'm not saying recalculate necessarily your impact fee. I'm saying recalculate your fee in lieu, which doesn't have to be the same. Right. So we typically recommend setting the fee in lieu as the difference between market rate and that affordable price that you're hitting with your AMI target. That changes, right? And so we're doing a couple fee calibrations for other communities right now where that fee's going down because rents have softened. And so that gap is different right now. So that fee might go down. And that's appropriate because it's a market adjustment that's in line with what's happening at that point in time. I wouldn't do that every year because you don't want to pay a consultant to do that every year, and it's not gonna change that dramatically every year. You can say, you can always do it if you're like, oh my gosh, the market's in crisis, then do it, right? Otherwise, do it every 5 years, 3 maybe. Do it, and then recalculate what is that affordability gap? Is that still in line? And I would always, I mean, I personally always think it's helpful to just run this. This is really easy data to run that just to make sure you're kind of still in line. But do it every 3 to 5 years.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask if you could go to these slides. Are these numbers from 2026 or 2025? Are they averages? Where do you get?
They are 2025, but looking at the whole year.
Yep.
So they're snapshot, but not like this month, if that
Okay.
makes sense. Yeah.
So using your crystal ball,
Yeah.
has there been a cooling or slowing down, and what's it look like moving?
I mean, if you look at it by month, right, you see a lot more fluctuation. Naturally, that's how data works. And so I'd say we've probably seen a little bit of softening. 2025 captures most of that softening. So early 25 is a little higher than where we are, but it looks like rents have kind of come down and are starting to stabilize in early Q1 2026. So I actually think 2025 as an average is pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilor Jensen?
Sorry. In reading this analysis that was in here, it is clear to me that when you're setting not the inclusionary housing ordinance, but the fee in lieu, that you really can make the decision to want to have the developer build housing or to get the cash and us do housing. And we've never really talked about what is our preference. And I don't know if this is the place at almost 11 to talk about it right now, but I'm assuming some guidance about that might be helpful. And personally, we don't have staff to manage our own housing, so I'd just as soon have the developer do it. But that's just how I'm looking at it. There may be other things I haven't thought of that indicate why we should do, get the cash. Like we have cash that we got from our fee that we applied to Willoughby, but we're not going to manage that project. If we do other developments that a private developer does where there's some cash that they end up giving us and then we have to use that to build or buy housing, we don't have anybody to do that for us or manage it for us. So it seems to me the developer building it may be the thing that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and it's still in its infancy, but we just launched the regional compliance program, so that does give us some capacity. So the new programs that'll come in, instead of the city managing it like we do for about 24 units now, it'll be managed through the city of Boulder through an agreement we have with them.
But their funding for that goes away, right? They have ARPA dollars through 26.
Yep.
And so we have to figure out some other funding source for that, right?
Yep.
But so you're saying don't avoid the cash piece because we would have somebody to manage it if we can figure out a funding source for the city of Boulder in that process.
There's an option out there now. So that was
Okay.
always the limiting factor, I think, going back decades with the city, was the staffing capacity to actually manage a full program like that.
Now, do you mind addressing the first part of the question? I think it's just a question about next steps and when it would eventually come back to us before it comes back in an ordinance. So just when it would be most appropriate to kind of look at the difference between the fee in lieu and then the percentage.
Say that one more time. So
Yeah,
this is
that's
the-
that August,
Yeah.
August, September kind of. So before we
Yeah.
throw an ordinance, we wanted to mirror your two conversations in March and June and just kind of present what it would look like, just to have that philosophy conversation to make sure.
I want to do it in July.
I agree.
We will do the best we can with the staffing capacity that we have.
Yeah.
I understand.
Well, I don't think there are any more questions.
I would just note, thank you so much for the presentation. Really thrilled with the aggressiveness of this, so very excited for next steps.
So I just also want to tell you, today I talked to Kurt Fernhaber at the City of Boulder, and he told me that at the 60% AMI and below threshold right now, they have about a 10 to 15% vacancy rate. And that's partly because to get in affordable housing, there's a cumbersome process that you have to, income verification and all that. And if there's relatively comparable market rate housing that you can get in with a one-page application, you're not going to do and so he recommended the 50% that you're recommending. So anyway, just thought I'd.
Agree.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, that concludes our presentations. We'll move on to staff reports, and the first one being our city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't have anything to report this evening.
Thank you. Next is our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So a few things to update you on as it gets loading. All right, great. So I'm very excited now that summertime is, I guess, officially here on the calendar, even though it's been warm for a while, is our weekly picnic on the plaza at Festival Plaza, Thursdays from 12 to 1. So there's a whole bunch of different types of music. So go online if you want to see and come support at our new beautiful Starkey building as well. So a nice backdrop to having picnic on the plaza now there. 3 kind of opportunities for public input are out on the streets to say. One is the drought plan, so I provided links for all of these. This is open through July 31st. We will also have an open house Tuesday, June 23rd at 6 p.m. at the Lafayette Library. Also, the South Boulder Road area plan input is up online, and then our complete draft land use code is available on our Lafayette Listens page also for public input. So I'm working on some really major projects there. And then looking ahead to June 16th, we'll have several updates for you, including a brief presentation on the Arapahoe Center project design update, a sustainability update, including the extended producer responsibility. I think I got that one right. I didn't write it down.
Yes.
Thank you. Recommendations or just ideas, and then airport presentation, and then a first reading on some right-of-way fee permit schedules. As you guys know, we've been doing a lot of work through our new development software program to better understand our costs, and so this is sort of coming before the GovBill so that we can get it into the system if council approves for it. And then a discussion, so following our workshop, council blessed, not approved because it was in a workshop, working with Councilor Bollier and Councilor Fridlin on some potential ideas for our meetings and length of time. So we'll have something for you all to react to at that June 16th meeting. And then June 23rd, while it is one bullet, there are many sub-bullets. I just didn't feel like writing out, but we'll do our big June kind of financial update. This will include looking at year-end 2025, kind of a preview of 2026 of what we see coming, both kind of macro and microly. We'll also do an update on our capital bond and kind of sequencing of timing of issuing debt, and just a whole bunch, parks and rec fees. So it'll be a full meeting, I can assure you, even though it's one bullet point. So that is all I have tonight.
Can you just say one more sentence about what is airport presentation?
So we've been doing a lot of work, and we continue to get, conversations or input from the community about where we're at with certain things. And so while we have a website, we just wanted to have a kind of open dialogue of some of the steps we've taken as far as potential litigation, what that looks like moving forward, what are some options. So that is kind of more informing our community on a more broad versus pointing them to a webpage of some of the things that we're engaged in, both with FAA, with RMMA.
Thank you.
Yes.
And what's the Arapahoe Center? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Am I losing something? What is?
No, the Arapahoe Center is the former Mary Miller Theater that was renamed several years ago that we were looking to do partial expansion and
okay, I forgot.
In part anticipation of Sundance, but yes, also just.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great, thank you. Moving on to council reports. Councilor Bollier.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, being very brief. First, and quite somberly, so yesterday was the one-year anniversary of the terrorist firebombing attack in Boulder, Colorado. Just want to note that while Lafayette doesn't have any synagogues, we have a vibrant Jewish community here in Lafayette, and just want to put out that they are seen and cared about. I had a conversation with a Jewish resident a couple days ago. So just want to note in this time of skyrocketing anti-Semitism in America and around the world that we see them and care about them, and may Karen Diamond's memory be a blessing. Next, it's an honor, Mayor, to serve with you on this subcommittee. We heard from a number of impassioned residents earlier this evening, so really looking forward to that ongoing full court press out into the public about June 10th, since I think even though we put it on the table at the beginning of the meeting, it seemed based on some public input in the ensuing hour and a half, maybe there's still a little bit of gap so in our communications to just really hammer home the importance of that meeting on the 10th. So, but very excited to have that conversation and work with the facilitators and with you, sir. And then lastly, I appreciate the young folks who were talking about the gas and oil wells in Lafayette. I understand that that's a historical issue that's come up over the years here in Lafayette. I don't have the familiarity that some folks on staff or council might have, but responsive to their request, wonder if down the line we could get a sense of what is in the realm of possible, because I think their ask was that we really lean on some state entities to expedite plugging of the wells, and I don't have any expertise on this at all, but really appreciate those young folks coming out. That's all for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Jensen.
I have a question, which is, those of us who are not on the subcommittee, are we allowed to attend the meeting on the 10th? Even if we're just going to listen?
Yes, so everyone on council, if you'd like, can attend that meeting on the 10th. That will be noticed and open to the public. So there's no issues with all of council, or as many council members as would like to attend being there.
And that's going to be broadcast as well for the community?
I don't believe it is.
It won't be broadcast. We're going to try to have a,
Do you want to?
we won't be able to broadcast that. It's at the library, but we are going to try to do like an owl so we can have a webinar so people will be able to observe and watch it. But because of the format, it's going to be kind of an interactive kind of listening session. So people won't be able to, kind of give public comment. It's not that type of an engagement.
It's a broadcast listening only, one-way broadcast, I guess.
Yeah. So we're encouraging people to, attend in person, but also they can submit comments and have other engagement touch points, through email. Yeah.
Then the last thing I have is, I attended the first meeting of the sort of newly constructed Health and Human Services grant funding program, and I'm very excited about it. And Alex did an amazing job and has a lot of homework that he's put into how to make that work well, and I was very impressed with the meeting. And I would encourage you, if you know people who are in the nonprofit world in health and human services, would you refresh me how much money we have? 77, what was it?
It changes a bit each year, and we don't know for certain because it's with the 2027 budget, but last year was $700,000.
$700,000 that we will give away to no startups. So they have to be an established community organization, but it could be a new program within an established community organization, and it has to fall in the health and human services category, so.
Thank you, Councilor Jensen. Councilor Gianella.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things from me tonight. Appreciate the public coming out for the cemetery discussion and this sort of nomination of me to join the subcommittee. I understand that's not really a possibility for a subcommittee to be 3 people, just given the open meetings law. I have a conflict next week. Unfortunately, I will be out of the city and won't be able to join that meeting, thus asking about the broadcast. If I might be able to attend that remotely to listen in, I will try to do that. I don't know if I'll have access or not, but just want to let the public know. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your support of me and supporting you. I am here to support them on that as much as I can. Just a couple other items. I want to give a shout out tonight to the Arts and Cultural Resources Department. They're out there always doing great work as always. I attended the skate jam on Friday at the rec center, and it was fantastic. There was a DJ playing and roller skating on the inline hockey rink, and a band playing, and skateboarders and teenagers and ice cream, and a really great event. The next one is coming up on June 26, which I believe is a Friday, and I encourage anyone and everyone to attend if they can. Bring your roller skates, because there is roller skating. I did not know that on the roller rink, so I'll bring my skates next month. I guess the band who is playing is kind of teenagers are members of this band, Arlie Orley.
Oh, I know them.
Yeah, and so.
It's really Orly.
Really Orly?
Yeah.
Okay, well, great. So hope that folks can attend that. And then May Art Night Out was a great success as well. So thank you to Arts for putting that on. Next one's coming up on June 12th, and hope to see everyone there.
Councilor Gallegos.
I just wanted to throw out another reminder that Youth Advisory Board applications are open until the end of the month. The application is on our website. We're looking for 6th through 12th graders to come and join us. And I also wanted to shout out some of the new businesses that have opened in the past 2 weeks. So I grabbed ice cream at Lickety Splits. I had a nice smoothie bowl at Rush Bowls, and I enjoyed some iced coffee from Dutch Bros. So it's very exciting to see so many new businesses coming in just a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight that we got a shout out at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. One of the members of our Sustainability Resilience Advisory Board features Lafayette, where am I? Lafayette's sustainability plan.
Climate action plan.
Pardon?
Climate action.
Climate action plan. What time is it? 11 o'clock. And it was, Councilor Gianola attended virtually, and it was an opportunity for people who know a great deal to understand what it's like to work at the municipal level. So it was an education piece, so we got to just leverage our work on sustainability with people who don't really understand what it's like to work on the municipal level. So, I just wanted to point that one out.
Yeah.
Great. Nothing for me tonight. Thank you all so much.
Mr. Mayor, before you go, just coming back to Councilor Gianola's point on the subcommittee, my understanding is per open meetings law, there couldn't be 3 kind of concurrently going to get coffee, but it is permissible for additional bodies to be part of the subcommittee.
Non-council members.
Sorry?
Non-council members. So you could have a staff member as part of your subcommittee.
No, I'm talking about you.
I don't believe that's right, because if we have 3 counselors doing action that is our body's action, it needs to be noticed. So we could have a subcommittee, but it just needs to be noticed in public and open and all that kind of thing.
But couldn't you have 2 out of the 3 meet, not the 3rd?
I don't, I think that's pushing the limits personally.
Okay.
I will add, one of the things that I forgot to mention about that meeting is there was, in the letter that was sent to the plot holders, owners, whatever we're calling them, there was a June 30th date that was on that communication that said, please let us know your preference by June 30th of if you want a cremation or you want your money back or you want a transfer. But I don't know that we ask people is this option, do these options work for you? Do you not want those options? And so I think people might have been confused about that being like the deadline for making that decision or the deadline for when and that's why I think the deadline confusion about when the cemetery might have been closed was circulating in the community. But I think this was more of an information gathering exercise where we're trying to say, how many are there? We have 270 that we know about. Is it really 270? Is it 250? Is it 200? Can we get a sense of what that looks like? And so I appreciate those community members who have done some of the legwork, willing to share their research. I hope that you'll engage them on receiving that information.
Great. Thank you all again. Good night. Meeting adjourned.